This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of other podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So that's artemedia.org. A-R-E-T-E media.org. On with the show, Jordan.
Indubitably.
I can't believe it. I nailed it on the first go. I always nail it on the first go. Winky face. Winky face. This is now a bit where you'll never know if I nailed it on the first go or not. You'll never know now.
Unless you watch the YouTube version.
Unless you're watching the YouTube version, in which case you know, because we've been live this whole time. Anyway, welcome to Spurr the Podcast, everybody. On today's show, we got news. There's a Conjuring trailer. There's a new name for Godzilla movie. There's a Peacemaker trailer. Other news. And then later, we finally saw Thunderbolts. So not only are we going to talk about Thunderbolts and what we thought about Thunderbolts, we're going to do a big time review for that. We're going to talk about all kinds of Marvel stuff, most of which isn't the MCU. I think I only watched like 2 MCU things, and I would say they're tangentially MCU at best.
That's fair. That's fair. I understand.
But first, it's time for our favorite segment of the show, comment response time. Stupid armrest. Comment response time.
Where we respond to whiny Star Wars fanboys.
Oh, okay, hold on. Okay. So, before I let you respond to all the mean things they said about you,
you got lumped in too. They were saying equally mean things about you and Jay.
I feel like I have to qualify my position on this show. Alright? So, like I said in that video and in that part of the episode, it is a very good show. It is a very well-made show. It is a expertly made and crafted dissertation on the nature of fascism and how fundamentally it's bureaucratic and administrative, and it's just mostly boring bureaucrats. Nobody's doing mostly nothing, and mostly following corporate structure. That it's really good at that. There are excellent performances from Andy Serkis and the lady who plays Mon Mothma. But it is also one of the most agonizingly boring shows I've ever watched. I am no longer being nice. See, I was being nice in that video. This is me not being nice. I fell asleep multiple times watching that show. I had to rewatch multiple episodes because I fell asleep. It was a slog, absolute slog to get through. It is well performed, but fundamentally, it is still a bad Star Wars show. I still think it's a bad Star Wars show. And I've seen a lot of comments from people echoing my sentiment of being like, yeah, I thought it was good, but it was really dull and it wasn't really representative of Star Wars, because fundamentally, it's not representative of Star Wars. Like, I got a comment. We got a comment. One of the comments we got. We're not going to address every single comment because we got like 65 of them, and a lot of them were mean. But there were some ones that were kind of interesting. And I'm gonna read one of them in a minute here, but I saw a comment where the person was like, nope, I lost it. Basically, it's really dull, and that's not representative of Star Wars. If you like that, good on you, but that's not what Star Wars is. Like, what's wild to me about this is everything that these people like. These are the same people who hate The Last Jedi, who are coming into our comments and yelling at us. Like, they're the same guys. And all of the stuff that they hated about The Last Jedi, the both sides are bad, the actively hating Star Wars while trying to be a Star Wars thing, all of that, Canto Blight, all of it, that's the shit they love about this show. That's the shit that they're saying we're childish for not liking. And it's like, yeah, I'm childish because I like my child-friendly thing. Like, it's okay to admit that you're not the target demographic of a thing. Like, that's fine. Star Wars is, Jordan, what is Star Wars?
It's made for children.
It's a show that's made for children. It's a movie for, and I'm going to insert the clip right here of George Lucas saying that Star Wars is for children. He says Star Wars is a movie for 12-year-olds, and then the host awkwardly has to be like, oh, well, it's a movie for the 12-year-old in all of us. And it's like, no, it's a franchise intended and marketed to sell toys to children. Right? That's its purpose. That's its design. That's its intention. Like, I watched a clip, I was going to send it to you, of Mark Hamill talking about doing the holiday special. And the reason why he agreed to do the holiday special was a favor to the merchandisers. So this has always been about selling toys. It's always been like that. And a lot of the comments we got were like, oh, you must just really like Disney Star Wars. And it's like, well, no, this isn't representative of like old school Star Wars either, because sure, the example that constantly gets thrown in my face is but Anakin killed kids, or but Anakin did this. Sure, but that wasn't the Anakin killing the kids or doing the dark thing was followed or preceded by Obi-Wan and Anakin doing flippy shit on a lava planet, hitting laser swords together.
Also, yes, it had, like, a Revenge of the Sith, for example. It had those dark moments, but it also, for one thing, it's mostly implied violence.
Yes.
You don't see him murder the children, and that's a big distinction, for me anyway. And on top of which, they pretty immediately afterwards have a scene of Obi-Wan watching the footage, like, or whatever, the holograms of it, and being horrified. Like, it's cartoonishly bad. Is I think the major difference.
Yeah,
I'll let you finish your thought, and then I want to talk.
I don't. Star Wars doesn't. I get it. You're like the thing that everyone loves about that show is that it's not Star Wars. Like, that's the thing that they love, and that's great. But that makes it a bad Star Wars show. Like we got one comment which was like, oh yeah, in 10 years the kids are gonna love it. No, because in 10 years, those kids will be adults like you, and they will no longer be children. Like, you can't sit there with a straight face and tell me that watching agonizingly long scenes of administrative, like, supervisors in the Imperial talking about procedure is interesting. Because it's not. Those scenes go on forever, and they're really boring. I'm gonna let you say your thing while that'll give me an opportunity to pull up the comment I wanted to read, because he summates what makes this show not a good Star Wars show.
The big thing that people kept saying to me, or at me and Jake, is, you didn't watch the show, you don't have a right to talk about it, or you're not allowed to think things about it, or have general opinions about a thing. You can have general opinions about a thing having never seen a thing. You can have thoughts and feelings about whether it's worth watching.
Sure, but you took the stance that it was a bad Star Wars show.
For the record, shut up. Let me talk. I let you talk. For the record, I watched 1 or 2 episodes in the past. It was boring. It was a boring Star Wars show, and I do still think it's a bad Star Wars show. And so I came up with a better analogy. Andor is like they're trying to sell a chicken burger as a hamburger. It could be the most delicious chicken burger in the world. It can be well constructed. It can be perfectly appetizing and good to eat. But it's not a hamburger.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like the thing about those original Star Wars movies is, yes, like, and it's really dumb, because you get a lot of those people who are like, oh, you just love Disney Star Wars, you don't like Star Wars when it's political. No, Star Wars has always been political, but Star Wars is like a
right from the beginning.
It's always been political, but it's meant to be an homage to, like, Flash Gordon, and it's the same thing with Indiana Jones is an homage to old serials. Like, it's not meant to be taken seriously. Like when you watch the Empire and the Rebels, they're supposed to be the good guys and the bad guys. Like, it's not meant to be
distinct.
Right, it's not meant to be archetypes. It's not meant to be like, oh yeah, but sometimes the good guys are also bad guys. No, that's not the point of this. That's what makes it bad. Like, the reason why this is fundamentally bad Star Wars is because I was bored watching it. Like, I have never been bored watching Star Wars. Star Wars should never be boring. You should never say to yourself, this is kind of boring.
Now, that being said, there is a good version of Andor, and that's Rogue One. That's the thing.
Well,
That's Disney has historically has the issue of they have a thing that's popular or does well, and they learned the wrong lesson from it and try to
yeah.
beat it over the head.
They were like, "Oh,
And
it needs to be dark." Like again, that doesn't mean it's a
that
bad
that
show. Like people
that
kept assuming, kept
no, but
conflating the two. It's a good
but that
show.
but that in its inception or that like to me is what makes. And again, I to be clear here, I don't need to have watched Andor to have an opinion on the show itself. To
Yeah.
me, that's what makes Andor look, feel, and sound boring.
I've
It
seen
makes it
so many comments.
unapproachable.
I've seen so many comments that are like, "I like this. It's a good show, but it's not Star Wars because it's not Star." Like here's a comment that someone left that I really like.
For the record, before you read that, for the record, no, I don't like the boring, monotonous political bullshit. Like that was the thing that people didn't like about the prequels.
That's what's so baffling about this is all the shit that
is,
people hated about other shit that's notoriously hated about Star Wars. Like yes, you're right. It's the political shit. It's the Trade Federation. It's the entire inciting incident of the Phantom Menace is a trade dispute. Like that's the shit that people made fun of about Star Wars, about those prequels.
That being said, I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's not appealing to someone. There's books like there's Star Wars books where I'm sure it's from Palpatine's perspective of his bloody rise to power and the coup that he did and all this yada yada yada. I'm sure that stuff is appealing. Clearly, it is appealing to some people, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Like there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with, and I think that's ultimately, before you read your comment there, I think that's ultimately the point that I want to get across here is just because it's not appealing to me doesn't mean that it's not okay that it's appealing to other people. I have no issues with you people enjoying Andor. Why do you take such umbrage with the fact that I think it looks like a boring piece of trash?
I think it's because well, yeah. I think it's because you said it's a bad Star Wars show, therefore it's a bad show, which is no, that's not true. Just like a lot of these people,
my point, well, no, but my point was simply you're trying to sell it as a hamburger. It's not a hamburger.
But they're not. They're just selling you food that is. They're not. That's just it.
No, right? They're not. They're trying to that in this metaphor, Justin. Star Wars, the logo, the brand, the identity is what makes it a hamburger. They're trying to sell it as a hamburger.
They want to.
It's not. It's not a hamburger.
They're not though. They're not. They are and they aren't. They are. It's kind of a. I get what you're saying, but that doesn't make it a bad show. That's the thing. That's where.
Agree to disagree.
I mean, okay, but that's where people were taking umbrage with what you were saying. They were like, you can't say it's a bad show. You haven't watched it, right? Like that's my point. It's not a bad show. It's not a bad show. It's in fact a very good show. Very good show. But it is a bad Star Wars show. And that is either in your opinion a strength or a weakness. Like that's the thing. It's like, but don't pretend. It's because by saying this is a bad Star Wars show, because but Star Wars at its core is about selling toys to children. That for whatever reason these people seem to hear that and
get their panties in a twist.
They hear that and they think that I'm like, oh, you like a thing for children, that makes you a child. No, I'm not a child, but I recognize this is meant to sell. Like you could be like, this is the greatest exploration on the nature of fascism all you want, but their boss is still an evil space wizard that shoots lightning out of his fingers. Or like, and it's the same thing with Rogue One, where like you can paint this as being a serious version of Star Wars. This is real Star Wars. The rebels aren't the good guys, all you want, but the minute Darth Vader shows up, I saw a video that was like, oh, Darth Vader should show up in this, and another person was like, no, because it would ruin it. Yeah, because it would make it Star Wars at that point. And like, don't get me wrong, when that show is allowed to be Star Wars, like people are like, oh, the best scenes, the best episodes are the Prison Break episodes. Yeah, because those are the ones that feel like Star Wars. Like when that show is allowed to be Star Wars, when it's allowed to be frenetic, when it's allowed to be high energy and fast paced, yes, we're going to get to how you can make a thing that's traditionally lighthearted, dark, and have it still work later. But that's why this doesn't work. That's why it's bad Star Wars. But my point whenever we do this is two things can be true at once. It can be a phenomenal show, but it can be a bad representation of the thing that it's based on, just as it could be a bad thing and a good representation of what it's based on. Two things can be true at once. Star Wars fans don't get nuances. It's a thing you said early on when we started to get dumped with shitty comments. Like, they don't get nuance. They see your criticism. Criticism is not condemnation. They see your criticism of the thing as you condemning the thing. And I'm not condemning the thing. I've said multiple times I think it's good. That's what took me so off guard, is like, there's the sheer irony of calling us, one comment, one of my personal favorites, called us childish, but then threatened to pie Jordan in the face like he was a fucking clown. Like, he was like, if I ever see you on the street, I'm gonna pie you in the face. I'm like, what the,
yeah,
what
like,
are
to
you,
which
10?
I say, why? Like, what are you, 10? Why? Because I don't agree, like, because we don't think the same thing about a piece of medium, which
that
is
is ultimately
about
space wizards who shoot space lasers. Yeah, it's fucking weird.
Regardless of what it's even about, like, it's a piece of medium that's supposed to be for entertainment, and we have different opinions on it.
Right.
Like why? Where's the 5-alarm fire there? Like, where's the thing, the call to arms that's I don't
right.
get it. I don't get it.
Right. And to be fair, we got wildly ratioed on that. And it's funny because, like, people are going after Star Wars theory right now because he said the same thing we did, which is he doesn't like the show for all similar reasons we do. And he made a video that was very similar to ours where he was like, yeah, my video got ratioed to hell by Andor fanboys. And it's like, yeah, they're like, oh, there was one comment that we got that was like, well, can't both exist in the universe? Yes, they can, but that makes it a bad Star Wars thing, right? It makes your universe not feel coherent, because, and this is a thing that, once again, Marvel is the perfect counterpoint, because they did this, right? They did this with the Daredevil show, where it's like, okay, so you're telling me that in one corner of your universe, there's the Avengers fighting Loki, and then another corner of the universe, the Kingpin is smashing a guy's head in. Like,
literally in the same city,
right? One corner of the universe can curse and swear and have sex, and the other corner of the universe can't. Like, that's weird. That makes your universe
the other
not
corner
feel.
literally has Captain America going like language.
Right. And if you're gonna be like, well, comics, but comics are a different medium, right? This is film and television. It makes your world feel weird because you're like, well, yeah. You're while you're watching again Andor, and you're like, yeah, here is like one of the characters is literally a guy in a cubicle in the Empire, and you're like, yeah, this is interesting. Or like one of the characters is multiple characters are like senators, and you're like, yeah, this is interesting. But it's really weird when you consider the fact that, like, flippy space wizards, like, your boss is a guy who shoots lightning bolts from his hands. Like, there's a disconnect there that pulls me out of it, and it makes me go like, yeah, it's a bad Star Wars thing. I mean, just fundamentally, you can't put it on for kids. And Star Wars is, at its core, for kids. Like people are like, oh, the audience grew up. But no, it didn't. Well, if the audience might have grown up, but
our comments section and some of the comments tells me they didn't grow up because they're acting like children.
Right. And it just, again, two things can be true. It is both a great show. It is a very good show. But it is a bad... You should never be bored watching Star Wars, would be my thing. And if you're bored watching Star Wars, that means it's a bad Star Wars thing. And, like, no, it's not because I'm a big... In fact, quite frankly, I can't stand Disney Star Wars most of the time. It's really dull, because it's just like, oh, yeah, it's a badly approximated version of Luke Skywalker. I don't want to see deep fake Luke. Yeah. I don't want that. Who wants that? Like, one comment was like, oh, it's a widely praised moment in Star Wars. No, it wasn't. It wasn't, because we all went, no, weird, gross, no. I mean, yeah, there was a segment of it that went, yay, this is the Luke I wanted from The Last Jedi. But that's the thing that gets me about these guys yelling at us, is they're the guys who hated The Last Jedi. They hated all of this shit. Like, the fact that all the people on Coruscant are weird, out of touch aristocrats. Like, that's what... The fact both sides bad. Like, that's all from The Last Jedi that they hated. That's all the subversive shit from The Last Jedi that they hated. And yeah, that's the political shit from the prequels that you guys hated. and you're in my comments being like, that shit being in a Star Wars show makes this a bad Star Wars show, and you're saying I'm wrong, it's the most Star Wars has ever been. No, it's not, because Star Wars has never been a slow political drama ever. No. Ever. It's never been that.
Again, I go back to episode 1, which at the time, that was all the negative things that people had to say about it, was that it got away from the space wizards and had too much political crap in it.
Right.
But even then, 20 years ago at this point, that was the problem with those. Yeah. Was all that.
Yeah. And if it was like a different crowd of Star Wars fans coming for me. But no, it's the guys who hated who hated The Last Jedi. They're yelling at me for not liking the shit that was from The Last Jedi. It's truly because, like, in The Last Jedi, all that shit, or even in, like, Rogue One, that shit is sandwiched between, like, humor and levity. And, like, that whole show is just a dab. But yeah, I think it's Lasai 1749 had our back in the comments, him and Adam. But there was a couple people who were like, this show is bad. They're wrong. The show's not bad. But how he described it, he left a comment that was like, yeah, he's pretty much nailed it, where he says, and this is the only comment I'm actually going to actually read, but it was, Lasai. Shout out to Lasai 1748, where he says, sorry. Bear with me, sorry.
I thought you had it ready to go.
I did, but I couldn't get the whole thing, so I had to turn to a video. So yeah, Star Wars has a clear heroes versus clear villains, and a fantasy escapist adventure, heavy with action, and taking place in out of this world settings with a myriad of fantastic technology and alien races. Andor is grim. There are no real heroes. Everyone is morose and unpleasant and unlikable. The settings look and feel very Earth-like, which is true. Like in the first couple episodes, there's this kind of like generic dystopian corporation, and they all wear just generic, they don't look Star Wars, they just look like generic corporate dystopian, like Blade Runner style uniforms.
Every time you or people in the comments or whatever describe this show, and from what I watched, which again was only like 1 or 2 episodes of the first season, because it was boring and it did not attract me back to it, it doesn't even just sound like I will preface this with, I obviously can't make this judgment. This is a judgment I can't make fully, having not finished watching it. But from everything you people are describing of it, it just sounds like a bad show, full stop.
So yeah, no, that's not true. Again, later it's very slow starting, and that everyone talks about those prison episodes. Those prison episodes are genuinely some of the best television I've ever seen.
No, but I mean, like the morose, the gray, the boring settings. Like it sounds like a bad show.
It sometimes works. Like if you're looking into the nitty gritty nuts and bolts, it depends on what you're looking for out of a thing, right? If you're looking for let me finish. If you're looking for the nitty gritty nuts and bolts of the Star Wars, of the Empire specifically, then yes, it's very, or of the galactic government as it worked in the midst of the Empire.
Who would?
I do. That stuff's interesting. Like and like I say, the episodes involving Andy Serkis are fucking phenomenal. Like again, they are legitimately good. They're just not good Star Wars. Like that's
me.
That's show. Well, no, that's not true. That's not true. Those episodes are good Star Wars because they are Star Wars. They get like you get the laser beams. You get people shooting laser beams at each other. But like, I guess the best way is like every time someone gets lasered in the chest, they make you feel bad about it, which is like just not Star Wars. Which again is fine if you want to be like, this is a rock and roll rebellious, anti-establishment, anti-Star Wars show, then that's fine. I don't have an issue with this being a bad Star Wars show. That could be the thing that it's an anti-Star Wars show. Like you could wear that as a badge of honor, but don't come into my comments and tell me that it isn't an anti-Star Wars show, because it is. And you like everyone who likes this show likes it because it's not like Star Wars. And just own that. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Like, everyone interpreted it as though I said it being a bad Star Wars show was necessarily a bad thing. Like, that's why I like Rogue One is because it's not like the other Star Wars movies. Like, that's why I like that movie. But this is a really prolonged, dragged out version of that. Maybe if this were a movie, it'd be more interesting or engaging to me. But anyway, to finish this,
it was Rogue One.
No, because Rogue One has way too much levity for this to be even remotely comparable to Rogue One. Basically, Andor was written by one of the writers who wrote it, Tony Gilroy.
So
and he took all of the humor with him, the other writer.
Yeah, that just makes it sound like a bad thing to me. But real quick, my thing with it is that if it has Star Wars on the title and it's actively not trying to be Star Wars or it's trying to be anti-Star Wars, to me, that is a bad thing. I disagree with your sentiment. To me, that is a bad thing because it's misadvertising what it is.
I mean, like, not really, because it doesn't advertise itself as being a purely
it does by having Star Wars. No,
but the marketing involving this show does not advertise it as being. It advertises it as being something different. It's not false advertising because you know what you're getting into when you go into the show. You know it's going to be dull. You know it's going to be boring.
I guess my point is more just if you're not going to make it feel like Star Wars, why bother putting Star Wars on?
You're not
title?
Hearing me though. You're not listening. I keep saying to you, it is like Star Wars. There are moments in that show where it is like Star Wars, where you see the aliens, where you see the spaceship, where it has the energy of a Star Wars thing, and that's when the show is good, right? The show, unlike it's like an inverse of regular Star Wars, where like. Sandwiched in between the goofy shit is that serious shit. This is like almost the opposite, where sandwiched in between all the serious shit is the goofy shit. Where it's like not goofy shit, but like a more adult version of
that makes it sound bad and unappealing to me.
But it's not. That's the thing. It's like you would like this show if you get. It's one of those things. Is you would if you stuck with it.
I've tried to give it a shot. It was so boring.
But if you stuck with it past like you would like the prison episode.
Like
it is inarguably some of the best television put to television.
It just to me feels like if you took the Obi-Wan show, took Obi-Wan and all of the Jedi stuff out of it, and that's all that was left. That would make those are all the worst elements of that show. I can't stand hold on for a sec. I can't stand like the first or third sister plot line, the Inquisitor stuff.
It's more like the stuff where it's like Obi-Wan is trying to blend in. It's a lot of like
I hate parts. That. I hate those parts.
But no,
those are the worst part of that show.
Again, it is inarguable. The last 3 episodes of that show are phenomenal. Like truly, like they're really good.
The last 3 episodes of season 2,
season 1.
There's a second season.
There's 2 seasons.
I know.
Yeah, the last few episodes of season 1 are some of the best television I've ever seen.
What about season 2?
I haven't finished season 2.
Oh, I thought you watched it all.
No. I only watched season 1 and like episode and a half of season 2. I've seen all.
Well, then that's why they're all angry at you. You're casting final judgment for it before having finished it.
I mean, no, but I've watched enough of it I watched the entire first season, which is more than most, and it's enough to tell you it's a bad Star Wars show. Like no, like that first season, the last few episodes of that season, like it like anything. I hate saying this, but like anything, it gets good. It's just the parts that are boring are really fucking boring. Like they're really dull.
Yeah,
it's really like. But let me finish this comment where it's Andor is grim. There are no real heroes. Everyone is morose and unpleasant and unlikable. The settings look and feel very Earth-like. The people in them are almost entirely human, and there is endless, long, dull conversation with only very occasional action. And when there is action, it is depicted too much like Saving Private Ryan, as brutal and hopeless, not as exciting as fun. It is in no way Star Wars. Like it wears Star Wars like Hannibal Lecter wore the prison guard's face as a mask, which. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up.
That makes it sound bad.
But he is also being disingenuous, in my opinion. Anyway, no offense, Lasai. I agree. I agree that this is a good show. Like I say, the performances are good. Andy Serkis is incredible. Like if he didn't win an Emmy, should win an Emmy. When the show gets to be like it does get to be Star Wars, like in the second season. It opens with a really cool, really fun. Part of the problem with the first season is it clearly didn't get the budget Like there's no budget put to it really, other than a few moments, and that's where the budget clearly is gone. But for the most part, the reason why it's so slow and why it's just a lot of people standing around talking is because they didn't get any money to do anything. So the second season, now the show's popular, now it has money. So there's kind of a fun, that's not true. There's quite a fun chase sequence with a Star Wars ship early on. That is very Rogue One-like. Like that prison sequence is like Rogue One. Like there's a series of episodes in that first season where it's he gets arrested on a bullshit charge and he's in prison, and there's a bunch of characters like say Andy Serkis and a bunch of prison characters, and his escape getting out of there that are really tense and really well done and really well made, and you really feel for the characters, and it's really good. But that's bad Star Wars. Well, that's not bad Star Wars. Like when they're breaking out, that's good Star Wars. That's like Star Wars lasers going back and forth. It's people get shot, Wilhelm screams. It's everything you love about Star Wars. But the rest of it is, it's a slow, pulled out, but not like the rest of the Star Wars show in a dull way. So fundamentally,
my final thoughts on the subject.
You're gonna end up watching it, right?
No, I have no plans on it.
I mean, you're not gonna end up watching it for this, right?
No, I really don't have any desire to.
It's gonna happen.
I'm really not. My ultimate summation, because I'd like to get off Star Wars and start talking about this week's stuff. But my final summation is there's something for everyone. People clearly enjoy this. I have no desire to ever watch it. I've tried it in the past. Didn't do it for me.
You're going to end up watching it. You're going to end up watching it just so you could say it's bad, and then you're going to do that thing where you enter into it purely with the intention of disliking it, and then you're going to nitpick every little thing about it.
No, I don't have a desire. So unless you twist my arm and force me to watch it for this show.
Oh no! I would never ask you to watch it for anything other than this show, Jordan. You'd be watching it for content. I'd only ask you to watch
Yes, that would be the only time I would watch it, and yes, I would go into it upset because you're twisting my arm and forcing me to watch a thing I don't want to watch. So yes. I would be very critical, and I would look for things to tear apart for it.
To be fair,
I'm gonna piss off a lot of people saying that, but I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't be pulling the punches that you're pulling. I would be very mean to it.
I'm not pulling punches. I'm not. Why does everyone just? It's weird. You're not hearing the parts where I'm saying it's a good Star Wars show. Like there are moments where when it gets to be a Star Wars show, that it's a good Star Wars show, and everyone else doesn't hear when I say. It's two things can be true at once, right? Again, it is a good show, and you would like it. Like quite honestly, you would like it if you gave it a chance. You would like it. Like, you're not listening to me. If you gave it a chance, you would like it, and you're double downing on it because a bunch of idiots on the internet yelled at you over it. But truly. You would if you gave it a chance.
No, I can honestly say that I wouldn't. I've tried to watch it before. I got two or three episodes in, and I never went back to it.
The amount keeps increasing. It was like 2 episodes, and again, it's one of those shows where
whatever it was.
It's one of those shows.
The point is that I have tried to watch it in the past genuinely because I thought that it would be good. I heard people say that it was good. And I couldn't stick with it. There was nothing that drew me back. I didn't care one iota about the characters. I don't care about the political shit. I've never cared about that in a television show. You know that I don't. There's nothing Star Wars about this Star Wars show.
Again,
at least not in that first bit, which brought me back to it. I came to it because it had the Star Wars title on it. I didn't get my Star Wars, and so I never went back to it.
Yeah, you're gonna get yelled at a bunch more, right?
Why? Again, I don't get why, because I don't like the same thing they do. I'm not like these people. I like Star Wars because whoosh whoosh lightsaber. That's what I enjoy out of it.
I think it's the casting judgment without giving it a chance.
I have given it a chance.
But you haven't.
I've tried to. Yes, I have.
No, you haven't.
You know how you just said 2 things can be true at once, whatever, yada yada. I wasn't listening to you. You're not listening to me. I have tried to give it a chance.
Yeah, but 2 episodes is not giving it a chance.
When it wasn't for the show, I wasn't being twisted to do it.
Again,
it was me going in. Let me finish, please. It was me going in because I had an interest in watching it. And it is not on me to continue pushing through a thing that holds no interest to me. It is on the show and the medium to hold my interest and keep me to keep
Yeah.
watching. It did not do that.
I'm just
Now,
saying.
I'm not saying that it's not like it's not good for some people. Clearly there are people that enjoy it. But I enjoy my Star Wars because whoosh whoosh lightsaber, lightning hands, unlimited
Yeah,
power.
I think again.
That's what I enjoy for Star
I
Wars. And yeah, that's going to
I
piss off some people.
I think
But
I
whatever.
think I think it's the well no, I think it's the more you haven't seen it and you're talking shit. I think is what it is.
You just completely did not hear what I've said.
No, I know, but again, you watched 2 episodes. That's
I watched
barely any
enough
of it.
I watched enough of it to realize that I did not.
Right, but their point is
Again,
maybe you didn't finish
it didn't hold my interest in.
You
Yeah,
didn't,
so
you didn't finish it, so you can't.
so
say,
I watched enough to say that I feel that it's
Yeah,
boring.
but you can't say it's bad.
I didn't say it was bad.
No, you did, though.
I said that it's trying to be Star Wars, and what you have said is that it doesn't do Star Wars.
Yeah, you said that makes it a bad show.
Yes,
but it doesn't.
I think it does.
But it doesn't.
I think it does.
I know, but it objectively doesn't.
Because it is. I think it does because it is trying to call itself a Star Wars thing.
Yeah, see,
but it's not doing a Star Wars.
But that doesn't mean doesn't mean it's
from
a bad
what
show.
you've said.
Yeah, but again,
we can go around and around and around.
Yeah, but you're asking why people are yelling at you. That's why.
I'm not asking why. I know why they're yelling. Because they're whiny little fanboys.
That's not why they're yelling. There's a reason why they're yelling at you.
That's absolutely why they're yelling.
They're yelling at you
because they're
you shat on a thing without watching it.
They're whiny little fanboys who can't hear that a person doesn't like the same thing they do. And it's not even that I said it was bad. I said that because it's trying to sell itself as Star Wars and it's not doing the thing that it's trying to sell itself as, yes, to me that makes it bad. That means that it's failing. Though. That means that it's failing at the task it's trying to do. If I market myself as a plumber, I come in and I can't fix your toilet, that makes me a bad plumber.
Right, but it doesn't. That apples to oranges. But I
again go back to the hamburger chicken burger thing, where it can be the most delicious chicken burger in the world. It's marketing and selling itself as a hamburger.
It's a bad chicken burger.
It has failed.
Yeah, but what you're saying is because it's not a good hamburger, it's a bad chicken burger, is what you're saying. It's not a bad chicken burger. Yes, what you're saying.
I'm saying that it has failed at the thing it is selling itself.
Right, but that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. That's the point. Is you keep trying to say that you keep trying to say two things that are completely separate from each other. It can be yes, it's not a very good hamburger. Never said it was a good hamburger, but that doesn't mean it's a bad chicken.
But they're saying it is a good hamburger.
Right, they're wrong.
That's my point.
They're wrong. They're wrong. But what you're saying is also incorrect because you said what you're saying in your analogy. What you're saying is because it's a bad hamburger, it's a bad chicken burger. You're like it's a bad show because it's not a good Star Wars show, but that's just not true. It's still a phenomenally made chicken burger. It's one of the best chicken burgers I've ever had. But yeah,
sure,
you're right.
But it's not a hamburger.
It's not a hamburger. So, but that doesn't make it a bad chicken burger. I guess is maybe to use your analogy. It's a very good chicken burger, but it is not. It's not a hamburger. You're right. That's what makes it. Makes it not a very good meal, but it doesn't mean it's not a good. And that's what people weren't hearing.
I guess that's more what my point is. It's like
not the meal you wanted. But that doesn't mean
it's not. It's marketing itself as a hamburger, and it's not a hamburger.
But it isn't though. That's kind of
it is.
It's never marketed itself, but it isn't.
It is.
No, if you watch any of the actual promotion for it, they've never once.
Or if you prefer, it's a thing which is trying to sell itself as McDonald's, but it's not McDonald's. It's using the branding of McDonald's, but it's not McDonald's. It's McDonald's with the upside down W, like it's McDonald's.
I mean,
it's selling itself as McDonald's.
It's just as
good. It's McDonald's.
I mean,
sure, it's McDonald's off-brand cousin. Maybe it's just as good, but I was sold McDonald's, not McDonald's.
I mean, yeah, you're gonna get called a child again. I can feel it coming. But no, your opinion is not on. You're not wrong in the sense that no, it is bad. I mean, we agree on that. It's bad Star Wars. It's bad Star Wars, flat out. It could be the best show on the planet, but again, it could be the best way I could put it. And you don't disagree with this. it can be the most brilliant dissertation on the nature of fascism it wants. It can be the most brilliantly Oscar-worthy, Emmy-nominated performances. It can be stunning cinematography. It can look like it's a real art house film that takes place in the Star Wars universe. But their boss is still a guy who shoots lightning out of his hands. So it makes it the bad guy who shoots out of the lightning hands thing. And that's fine. That's fine that's fine if that's fine with you. If that works for you, that's fine. But it doesn't change the fact that it's a bad Star Wars thing. So,
and ultimately,
that's the name of the video.
Too,
it's still a bad Star Wars thing.
Ultimately, my thing too is,
and then we'll move on.
One commenter was like, "Can't two things exist in the same world?" Sure, they can. Absolutely, they can. And you're right. This could be the greatest take on fascist yada 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 blah blah blah. That's not what I'm looking for out of my Star Wars.
Right.
For me personally,
right?
For the incomparable Jordan, Andor can be the greatest whatever blah blah shit whatever yada 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 in the world, but it's not doing what I want out of it, so it doesn't hold any interest for me. That's why I've never watched. That's why I've never finished it.
Right.
Like I tried to do it, and it doesn't. But you're right. That doesn't make it bad. But it means that I don't want to eat the burger or the chicken burger or the whatever metaphor you want to use.
Right.
It's not palatable for me.
And there were moments where it would be my thing is I cannot walk away from this disingenuously being like there was never a moment where I wasn't utterly captivated, because there was plenty of moments where I was utterly captivated, and there were moments where I went, you know what, I've sort of maybe had shower thoughts about this. This is kind of an interesting part of the universe. But, like, for me, I was always going back to that rape thing. But that rape thing bothers me because, now I'm thinking about Star Wars Episode 1. I'm thinking about somewhere in the universe someone being raped. Like, that, you've now put that... And yes, you're like, oh, this shit happens in real life. But Star Wars isn't real life.
No, that's not what I come to Star Wars for.
Right? Like, I don't... And it's the same thing with the Marvel stuff. When we get to the Marvel stuff, it's the same thing. I don't want to know about guys getting their heads squashed and cut off and people who swear. Like, you can have a universe where, for all you know, like in the Phineas and Ferb universe, I don't need to know whether or not Phineas and Ferb's mom curses. Right? Like,
we don't need that. To kind of further on that, when it comes to Star Wars, it's like, it's a fascist empire. Obviously, there was always, like, we knew there was bad shit going on, right? But it was a thing for kids. So, like, it was, and this goes back to that comment of archetypes. There were clear heroes, clear villains, good guys, bad guys. Like, red lightsaber bad, blue lightsaber good. It was literally black and white.
Right.
Like,
and if you need shades of gray, hey, fine. But I just... My thing is, like, that's fine if you want to add shades of gray to Star Wars, but I'm going to say to you, that's bad Star Wars. That's not good Star Wars. There were no shades of gray in the original trilogy, other than, like, if you want to be like, okay, Han Solo, Lando were shades of gray, but they weren't fundamentally. They didn't end up. Right? They weren't shades of gray. There are no shades of gray in that universe.
They were alluded to, like, and that's the thing. That's the big difference between old Star Wars and new Star Wars is, like, sure, Han Solo, he was a scoundrel. He was alluded to being a smuggler who did things that were maybe shady, but you didn't see it.
Yeah.
It was implied.
Exactly.
Like, things could be implied back then without having to have someone come out and be like, "Oh yeah, he tried to rape me,"
right?
Or some other example.
But So again, to finally sum this up,
nail in the coffin.
Two things can be true. It is a good show, bad Star Wars show. It is a bad Star Wars show. I don't care how many ways, if an 8-year-old to 12-year-old kid can't watch it because, not even because of the adult themes, if they can't watch it because they'll get bored, they'll fall asleep. I fell asleep multiple episodes. But if a 12-year-old can't sit through that without getting bored, it's a bad Star Wars thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Come at
sorry.
Me.
Good on you for liking a bad Star Wars thing, but you like a bad Star Wars thing. All right,
And that's okay.
and that's fine.
There's plenty of people. There's plenty of people that like The Last Jedi and all those other bad ones as well.
Right,
Like, there's bad things for everyone. We can
right,
all like a bad thing. It's
right.
fine.
Yeah, you like
Leave
some, you
leave
like it.
leave me alone. I guess ultimately what I'm gonna say to all the people that are gonna come at me and have not even watched the entire video, um, I need you to climb all the way off my back
Oh yeah,
and go watch Andor 445.
Jordan. The title of this video is I still think Andor is a bad Star Wars show. So Jordan, there's gonna be some hate. There's gonna be some hate. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
I mean, apparently they want to pie me in the face. So,
we should
you know.
do that. We should just do that when we hit a certain amount of subscribers. When we hit like 5,000 subscribers, Jordan will take whipped cream to the face. We'll do a cream pie and we'll pie him in the face.
Yeah, sure. Maybe.
We're not gonna do the
see.
custard pie. That's too much. We'll do like a whipped cream pie. We'll pie Jordan right in the face.
We have to find it. We have to find a way to make it like Star Wars themed though, so that the Andor fans will be happy.
It's just again, it's the thing that gets me about all of these guys.
Maybe we can add some food coloring to it and make it like red and blue.
Is like I went like, yeah, man, Star Wars when it's subversive, and all the guys who were like, boo, no, Star Wars should never be subversive, are the guys who are yelling at us. That's what's so bizarre about this. And it's like, and the thing that gets me is I said the show is good. I said the show is good. One of my favorites was the guy who called us morons. And I went, oh, did you watch the video? Assuming he'd only read the title. And then he went, yeah, I watched the video. I still think you're morons. But I said the show was good. What I don't. Let's talk about some news, Jordan.
Wah, Star Wars babies, wah.
I said the show was good. I maintained the show was good. Wow,
I'm sorry. Did we hurt your feelings?
That wound up being 45 minutes. Oh no, I don't think anyone's gonna watch this video, Jordan. News time.
Might have to trim it.
There is no trimming it, Jordan. It's okay. There's not that much news. I knew that would run long, so there's not much news. Jordan, they announced. Jordan, you didn't do the news theme. We finished our response. Oh, I see. Sorry, before we jump into the news, I do have some comments on. We had another Star Wars video do kind of well this week, and that was our.
What we did, was it nearly as well as the other one? Because the other one was like 1.5 thousand people viewed it. So, which, as an aside, one final comment in response to that video: yes, let the hate flow through you. It only makes us stronger.
Huh. That's odd. There was a comment on that was funny. On our video about The Last Jedi, which, yeah, it's like 400 views, which is not nearly as successful, but it's pretty successful. But there was one where it's like, I haven't watched the video yet, but I know I'm going to agree with you. And also, so I just saw a new comment on that video, which was like, not telling what's his face about the plan is like accurate military. And I believe I said that. I said, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't say something to a subordinate. I'm pretty sure I said that.
I believe you did, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Illogical people exist, so there's so many illogical people that exist, so fictional characters will be no different. Yeah, that's a fair point. And then,
what?
Yeah, one person... Oh, I'm just... What? They said logical people exist in real life, so they would just exist in fiction. Sometimes people are just illogical for no reason. Is basically what they said.
That's not an inaccurate statement.
And then the other comment was like, I don't care what anyone says. Episode 8 is good if you take out Canto Bite. Which is true. I also said that. That is true. That movie's 15 minutes too long, which is exactly the length of the Canto Bite section. Like, quite literally.
I mean, sorry, but no. That sequel trilogy is pretty bad.
Anyway, Jordan, news theme. I just want to point out the nice comments.
Yeah, we got so few of those.
Yeah, I think it's 87 dislikes to like 9 likes. it's pretty brutally ratioed video. Anyway, news. Yeah, they announced, Jordan, then a new trailer that Godzilla X Kong, Kong, the next one's coming out, and they confirmed the new title with a trailer. It's going to be called. That's Jordan. No, this is more fun. What do you think it's going to be called?
Godzilla X Kong. This time it's personal.
Wow, I can't tell if that's creative or bad. That feels bad. I feel bad that you said it. Do you feel bad that you said it?
I feel like I could have thought of a better one, but I was a little on the spot.
Did you think that was your best effort? Did you put forth your best effort? You want a second chance? Do you think you could do better? Honestly, I couldn't do better. I mean, I could do slightly better, but I don't know that I could do much better.
Godzilla X Kong Monster Island.
Ooh, actually, that's a good one. I like that one. That would be kind of fun. Whether it's about the formation of Monster Island, yeah. No, the next Godzilla X Kong is called Godzilla X Kong Supernova.
Oh.
Which means, Jordan,
okay.
we might be
Alien Godzilla?
Space Godzilla, Jordan. We might get Space Godzilla. I want Space God. Jake sent me the trailer anyway, Justin, you could possibly get Space Godzilla. I want Space Godzilla. I want them to do their weird MonsterVerse version of Space Godzilla.
I'd be pretty down for that. I'm not gonna lie. With the crystal mountains on his back.
Yep. I want Space Godzilla. Space Godzilla.
He's a hero.
That's pretty cool.
Gonna bring pollution down to zero. That's definitely Space Godzilla.
That's his theme song. That's how it goes. Jordan, you'll never guess what got renewed on television. And we'll do the two things. Jordan, I'll give you a hint. You're gonna guess the show, and then after you guess the show, I want you to guess what the numbered season they've been renewed for. Okay. Hold on.
All right, I need a hint though. One simple hint: is it animated?
No.
Law and Order Special Victims Unit, and they're going to be up to season 32.
Wow! How'd you know it was Law and Order?
Because that's one of the only shows that I can think of that has consecutively been on for that many years.
That's pretty good. Okay, this article is confusing. I think it's a typo.
Am I right? Even down.
You're to the, right. You're totally spot on. It's absolutely Law and Order Special Victims Unit. Yeah, that was good. And that was a solid guess.
And is it the 32nd season?
No, you're not close on that one. Well, you're close, but you're not right there. But you definitely got Law and Order Special. I am impressed. That was good. That was a solid guess. Okay. This article is confusing because it says Law and Order season 25. See, it says season 25 and 27. Okay. I'm gonna read how this is written. It says Law and Order season 25 and SVU season 27. I get it.
There's two different shows, right? There's just normal Law and Order, and then there's Special Victims Unit. Those are two different shows, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize they brought back, because Law and Order got canceled eons ago, and the only Law and Order that was on TV was Law and Order SVU. So I guess they must have brought back Law and Order. Oh, now that I'm saying that, I think I recall that they must have brought back the original Law and Order with the new cast. So Law and Order SVU season 27. So you're close. You're not far off. Should we do a trailer roundup? Let's do a trailer roundup.
I'm pretty proud of myself for guessing that.
That was a solid guess. Jordan, I sent you 2 trailers.
Just because usually the reason why I thought I was like, what's a thing that I know that's not Disney? Because Disney doesn't go for that many seasons,
right? So I sent you 2 trailers.
Gotta be like Fox or something. Like those are the long ones.
Yeah.
Two trailers.
2 trailers, and I'm gonna make you describe to me one of them. But first, I'm gonna make you guess which one I'm gonna make you describe. I haven't seen.
I'm gonna guess it. I'm gonna guess you're gonna make me describe The Conjuring.
Wow, that's a solid guess, man. You are 2 for 2. That's totally true. I'm absolutely gonna make you tell me about The Conjuring in a moment. First, we're gonna talk about
Uh,
Peacemaker. The only reason why I sent you Peacemaker because I watched the trailer and I'm like, this is all right. This looks about as good as the first season. As an aside, maybe when we do Superman, I'll get you to do Peacemaker. I'll get you to watch Peacemaker because that show's pretty good. I think it's only like 7 episodes long. It's quite funny. John Cena's really good in it. And I
yeah,
saw.
just watching the trailer for season 2. I will say, actually made me kind of want to go and watch season 1
Yeah,
because it looks
yeah.
like fun.
It's a
It
fun
looks like
show.
way more. It looks like way more fun than what was the one that Homelander's from?
Oh, the
The
boys.
Boys.
Yo, yeah, the boys. The boys can be good, but overall, it's not my
Oh yeah,
favorite of
I'm
those.
not saying yeah.
It's way
This one
funnier than
looks
the
like it's more
boys.
fun.
I'm
Yeah,
surprised you. Well, the thing is, you really didn't jive too much with the his Suicide Squad. The first time we watched it, you were like, it was all right. My thing
yeah.
with that show and that movie is it's R-rated James Gunn, and I think James Gunn is the worst when he's R-rated. When he's allowed to be unhinged and he's not restrained by a PG to PG-13 rating, his humor gets to be a little juvenile and a little too much. And that show, the first couple episodes, you're like, it's all right. At least in my opinion, I was like, it's all right. He has a couple of really solid jokes. There's a really funny subplot about Aquaman that pays off in a way that's genuinely very funny. Um, but it's the first few episodes. You're like, it's all right. But he really does some solid acting in the like last few episodes that are legitimately good. That made me go, you know what? This show's good. Anyway, the reason why I sent you the trailer
I think
because
I think the reason why this trailer in particular, why it kind of appeals to me more than like The Boys, or not to get back on the subject of Andor again, but like Andor, is because it feels like everything, or certainly a lot of things nowadays, likes to be fun thing, but it feels the need to be gritty and realistic and dark
yeah,
and
this is a silly.
serious.
This is kind of a silly, but this
And
also
this
has
is
its
just
moment
as
of being.
silly.
It does. I mean, it's James Gunn, so it's they're very similar in tone. They're like R-rated Guardians. Like that's what his shit is.
Yeah.
It's all. If you don't like James Gunn, you're not gonna like it. Like he's James Gunning all over this. It's got his stink all over it. But the reason why I sent it to you, I wasn't going to talk, because there's certain times I don't send trailers to you. Well, because I'm like, what are we going to say? Oh, this looks interesting. Like, there is one that I thought about. It's something like, it's called like The Long Walk, I think is what it's called. And it's got Mark Hamill. And it's like another one of those like dystopian,
Ooh.
like it's like a game show, Hunger Games style. They all sign up for a competition kind of stories, but it came first. That I didn't bother because it was like, what are we gonna say about this? But the reason I sent this to you was the end of the trailer, where you see Peacemaker confront another Peacemaker, and that's interesting because I don't know if you noticed. He's being interviewed by the Justice League, by Max Lord's Justice League. So the people he's being interviewed by, in case you don't know, Nathan
I
Fillion,
recognize I recognize Nathan Fillion as Green Lantern.
Guy Gardner, Green Lantern. Then you got Hawkgirl and Sean Gunn, who was in Guardians of the Galaxy. I forget the character's Kraglin, I think is the character's name. He's the one who he winds up with the Finn.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's James Gunn's brother, Sean Gunn. He's in.
Oh,
Yeah, he's in.
I never knew that. Huh.
He was that character, and he's also the body double. He plays the motion capture for Rocket, and he was also Weasel in the Suicide Squad movie. Um, yeah.
Neat.
Well, yeah, maybe we'll redo those. We'll come back to those for this our Superman episode. Anyway, what was it? Oh yeah, and then it's Hawkgirl, and he's there. Sean Gunn is there, and he's Max Lord in this. And the whole idea is he's the one he's bankrolled the. It's his version of the Justice League, which is a thing from the comics. I can't remember what it's called. They're like the new Justice League or something. And so the version of Peacemaker that's in this show, that's in this trailer initially, is the new Peacemaker. It's the DCU Peacemaker. So it's the Peacemaker that's in this new Superman universe.
Oh, so the version the double that we see at the end of the trailer could be the one from the old one.
Yeah, the DCEU, the season 1 Peacemaker. And so I don't know if it's going to be a thing of like, I'm guessing that must happen in the first episode because that all looks like footage from the first episode. So the fact that this might be a multiverse thing and is DC. I saw people say that this season might be about DCEU, Peacemaker trying to like invade the DCU universe. And the other interesting thing about that trailer,
well, one thing, what I could see them doing, or what I could see them doing, just to kind of close the chapter, as it were, on that.
Is the new one just shoots him in the head?
I was more gonna say I could see it being a thing where like he's having a nightmare.
Oh,
he's
maybe?
having a nightmare about the things that happened in season 1, and like that's like the final scene of the nightmare is him seeing a version like that version
that
of himself.
I could believe that.
And then he wakes up and it's like none of that happened and they completely retcon it.
I could believe that. It sounds like he's not gonna, from what I've heard, but I could believe that. It's a believable thing. But the other neat thing about this trailer is it's the first time we've had. So the big thing with the DCU was they were like the people who play them in the animation. Are going to play them in live action and vice versa. So
yeah.
This is the first appearance of Frank Grillo, who is Rick Flag Senior, who was in Creature Commandos, and he played him in Creature Commandos. Rick Flag Senior being no, I doubt you remember much about that James Gunn Suicide Squad, but he was the one character other than Harley Quinn who was back from the first one. He wore the yellow shirt, short hair. Peacemaker kills him at the end. So the plot of this is he's going out for revenge against Peacemaker, which that's neat. So that's just the crossover that's happening in this universe. Is, like I say, that's pretty cool. But I'm hoping they do like we get a Peacemaker versus Peacemaker thing. That'd be kind of fun. Maybe they throw in a reference to him being in Mortal Kombat.
The one reason why, I mean, that'd be funny, but the one reason why I kind of hope it is a multiverse thing and not just a dream is because if it's a multiverse thing and they're directly referencing the universe that came before it, it leaves the door open to have Henry Cavill come back as Superman and have him fight against the new guy for some reason.
I know, that'd be
in a future movie. And like as
Henry Cavill,
as much as I didn't love what they did with the DCU, this is kind of a thing as I've gotten older. I don't hold it against Henry Cavill.
Yeah, I like
and
Henry
it would
Cavill.
be fun. It would be fun to see him actually get to be Superman.
Yeah, when he was allowed to be Superman, he was a good Superman. But yeah, he never got allowed to be Superman.
He wasn't. As I get older, I can look back and say this. He wasn't the issue with those movies.
Zack Snyder was the issue with those movies. No,
Zack Snyder was the issue.
It'd be funny if Henry Cavill Superman appeared. He's just constantly going for David Cornsweet Superman's neck, just constantly. Stop trying to snap my neck! Why are you constantly trying to snap my neck? Stop it!
See what they need to do. What would be funny is so. This would be fun, but this would never happen. Is if they made a live action Injustice movie, have Henry Cavill play that version of Superman, and have this new guy, the new one, be like the good universe Superman, and then do Injustice.
That would be funny.
And have Henry Cavill play him just completely the same as he did in Batman versus Superman, and just be okay with snapping necks.
It's funny. I've discovered doing this is just how much I like Henry Cavill. Like he's almost made me kind of want to watch Witcher. Next time we do a video game episode, maybe I'll actually watch Witcher. But I like Henry Cavill. I kind of want him to be James Bond. If he were James Bond, it would make me kind of want to watch James Bond.
I mean, he was fun as Sherlock Holmes,
right?
Sherlock Holmes. So
Jordan, they're eyeing a certain director to be the director for Marvel's first X-Men movie. And I'm going to say a name, and you're going to be like, who? And then
I'm assuming you mean first, like, new X-Men.
Yeah,
movie.
The MCU's X-Men movie, if you will.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And I'm going to say a name, and you're going to be like, who? Because I went who, but then I'm going to say what he's directed, and you're going to be like, all right. Jake Schreier is being eyed to direct Marvel's X-Men movie. Now, you're probably like...
Who?
And I'm going to say he directed Thunderbolts.
Okay, I can see it.
right? We're not
He's
ready to talk about Thunderbolts
he's
yet.
earned
But
he's earned some trust
that like he's that an ensemble X-Men movie, like I feel like he could excellently balance a cast of like
with
4 or 5 X-Men
the right actors.
with the right actors
Yes.
and the right X-Men, definitely.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think he can do it. We'll
And
talk about
so
why when we talk about Thunderbolts, but I think he can do
so
it.
when I think I'll pair this question up for when we get to Thunderbolts, but start thinking of it now. If you could choose which X-Men, which ones would you pick? Just think on it. Think on it.
I have my few. Wolverine's not one. Spoiler alert: Wolverine's not one of them.
No, no. Well, you can't use Wolverine.
No, Wolverine's not one of them. Okay. So Jordan, apparently, okay. So a theory I heard, or a reasoning I heard, for why the Silver Surfer. Sorry, oh my God, brain went to sleep there. Why the Silver Surfer in that Fantastic Four movie is a girl, and everyone went, oh, woke or whatever. Oh, for some ideological or PC reason that it has to be a girl. We have to make everything girl. And I saw someone who had the theory that no, it's purely the Silver Surfer is purely a girl in this, so that she can be a love interest for Johnny, so that at the end of the movie, Johnny has to sacrifice her to save the world.
Or Ben.
Sure, but far more likely Johnny Storm, and
Why?
because he can chase after her into space and whatnot, and they're clearly going to do a scene where he becomes like where he goes to chase after. It's just she's a blonde woman. It just they
Yeah.
it just
Okay.
he's
Well, I
human.
mean, but
Ben's a
but
rock character.
if she's Silver Surfer, ideally she should be silver the entire
Well,
time.
okay, so the
not
reason
not blonde.
the reason well she's a blonde actress I should say. So the reason why I'm like yeah that makes sense. There's set photos of her. There's set photos of her. She has a human form in the movie. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh yeah, no, yeah, that makes sense.
I could no, but to be fair, I could see it being a. I see why you would immediately say Johnny, but I could see it being a. And stay with me on this. I could see it being a Ben Grimm thing where they connect because they both feel like monsters. She feels like a
Yeah,
monster because she has to bring a destroyer of planets. He feels like a monster because he's a rock abomination.
yeah, but I'm just saying that you could picture the scene where Johnny Storm's flying and she's like, I have to go stop Galactus or whatever, and then turns him back into normal Johnny Storm and then he falls. It's because I think it's not because he's blonde and pretty. I think it's because he flies and it just there's a lot of scenes in that trailer that look similar to the scenes from the last Silver Surfer movie where I'm like, yeah, I could. It's believable. As soon as she has a human
Yeah,
form, I'm like, yeah, they're gonna her and Johnny Storm are gonna do a big kiss while she's human. It just
it's not believable. I'm just saying I also could see them doing it with her and the Thing.
also
I could
um
I could also see that.
he traditionally has another love interest.
Yeah, he usually has the blind
The
girl.
blind girl, yeah. So it's funny. I feel like we've been talking about The Rock a lot the past few weeks. We keep talking about stuff involving him, but he's got a new movie coming out, which also sounds fun. Where he
Moana?
no, that movie does not sound fun.
Oh.
Apparently it's called Ripped, and it's about a gym cult leader. So this movie, okay, it's more fun to make you guess stuff. So Jordan, based on that log line, it's about a gym cult leader. What do you think this movie's about?
Now, when you say a gym, like a gym teacher, or like he works at like a gym?
Well, it just says gym cult leader. The head the
Well,
title of
then
the article.
I'm gonna,
GYM gym leader, gym cult leader.
then I'm gonna assume it's a comedy, a la the vein of Dodgeball, where he's a cult of personality that works at a gym and he draws losers towards him, and it's some sort of comedy romp.
You're half right. It does not appear to be. Sorry, I'm trying to work out. It does not appear that it is a comedy romp by any but I cannot say. It just says it's adapted from a short story. But the movie is about the story of an insecure man who joins a hard underground training facility ahead of his wedding. The only problem? The gym is... Okay, that's weird. This website, sometimes their articles are formatted. There's an open air quote, open quote, but there is no close quote. Oh, there's the close quote. Never mind. Anyway, joins a hard underground training facility ahead of his wedding. The only problem? The gym is led by a magnetic fitness guru who commands cult-like devotion with the promise of peak performance at any cost. So I'm guessing...
So it's just a regular gym.
I mean, it reminds me... Yeah, it does. It reminds me of when you said dodgeball. It does kind of sound like that. So I'm guessing...
It makes me... That description makes me think of the bad guys. The Globo Gym or whatever.
Right. It also has a little bit of... pain and gain in there, so I'm guessing he's probably the cult-like leader. If I had to guess,
probably.
But that sounds fun.
Yeah, I'd watch that on Netflix.
I'd watch that on Netflix. I'd watch that. I'd find an excuse to watch that for this show. Jordan,
probably on Netflix.
Jordan, I don't watch movies for fun. I watch them for content.
I mean, I do watch them for fun sometimes.
Sometimes when the movies are fun and it's also for content, that's when I watch movies for fun.
No. I watch movies for fun on Sunday.
Oh, I don't. I don't have time.
Exclusively. That's the one day where I don't watch anything for the show. So if I watch a movie on that day, it's for fun.
That's fair.
And that is the way that the cookie crumbles.
That is the way the cookie crumbles. So this is... I don't know whether to call this news, but apparently it came out. I don't know where it came out, but apparently at a certain point, Kevin Feige... I think it was when he was working on the shows. Yeah, when it was... I guess when he was making the shows, he had said to his colleagues that watching all of the comic book, all of the Marvel stuff had stopped being fun and started to feel like homework. To which Kevin Feige, same. It's kind of funny how he went through the same feeling the rest of us went through and went, yeah, it's too much. We all agreed those Disney Plus shows were too much. That was a mistake. That was a chink in the armor. I think people wouldn't be talking MCU fatigue if we had just done movies. And I think more and more I'm discovering that when it's just movies, that's where this stuff excels. When they try to do shows and all that stuff, you begin to have to do homework, it becomes too much. And then the movies just ignore the shows anyway, so it winds up being pointless. This is kind of the only one that doesn't, really. I mean, it kind of does. Because she showed up in Hawkeye. It doesn't really address Hawkeye. Although... I have a bunch of Thunderbolts-related news that I'll just read when we talk about Thunderbolts. That's one of them. I think that might have been the last piece of news. Oh, right. No, I forgot. Jordan, for the last piece of news, before we get on to Marvel stuff, because I got 4 pieces of Thunderbolts-related news that are interesting, that may interest you. Tell me what happens in that Conjuring trailer. Describe to me that Conjuring trailer.
Oh, this is a mistake.
No, it's going to be very funny.
So there's people that I don't recognize, and then there's a basement, and they're like, yeah, nothing is in here is a toy. It's either cursed or like it's bad, or it's, you know,
they being
even if
Ed and Warren people, the ghost hunting people.
I assume that's who the voiceover is.
Oh, it's just a voice. It's just a voiceover. Okay.
And they're like, nothing in here is a toy, even the toys, and it focuses in on this doll, which I assume is important or a callback of some sort. And then you see that guy who was in Watchmen as Owlman. He's there.
He's Ed Warren.
Yeah.
He's Ed Warren.
He's that guy that's in like several horror movies that are all very forgettable and interchangeable.
They're all of very quality.
And then there's a bunch of demons and ghost stuff, and it kind of just flashes through scenes.
I see. You're not really doing a very good job of selling this movie to me, Jordan.
I wasn't trying to.
I don't know any more about this trailer than I did entering
Well,
it.
well, if it makes you feel any better, I don't really either, having only watched it once,
You failed,
briefly,
Jordan.
while I was also watching Daredevil.
Jordan, you knew there would be a quiz.
Yeah, and I was never very good at pop quizzes.
But it wasn't a pop quiz. I gave you the opportunity to study. I told you the quiz was happening.
I mean,
I didn't specifically tell you the quiz was happening. I implied the quiz was happening, and you inferred that I wasn't going to quiz you on Peacemaker.
I mean,
because we both knew you could tell me what happened in that Peacemaker trailer.
What?
You could tell me what happened in that Peacemaker trailer.
I mean, there was some stuff happened. There was some violence. He was doing an interview. There was an eagle, and then he saw himself.
Exactly.
There, I nailed that one perfectly.
By the people, for the people, of the people. Eagle.
Eagle.
Jordan, that's the news. That's
the legal news. Eagle. So,
that's enough. That's enough. Today's episode is brought to you by Audible. It's good friends over at Audible. Right now on Audible, I'm not currently. I finished it, but I listened to it on Audible. Very, very clear quality. So we're talking about Marvel. I listened to Kraven's Last Hunt, the audio drama for that. It's pretty darn good. Clear, crisp audio. You can hear it. And if you don't want to listen to it all in one go, you can pause it and you go back to it later, and it just remembers where you were.
And not only that, but with Audible, any book that you get using their 1 credit a month, you get to keep forever. So if I wanted to, I could go right now and listen to one of 3 Marvel What If books, which have a through storyline and are also individual stories, which give you different what if scenarios for Marvel, because I'm going to tie it back into Marvel.
And if you click the link in the description right now, you get 1 credit. You use it on whatever you want. Just sign up right now.
And it helps. And it helps the show.
It helps the show, but more importantly, you get a free credit to listen to whatever audiobook you want by clicking the link in the description down below.
Audible. It's here for you to listen to.
We did it. We nailed it. We had some mess to do it at the same time. How did that Yeah, Audible. Something's going on with my eye today. I don't know what. Anyway, today this week we saw Thunderbolts, and we're gonna make you wait to the very end. Asterisk. Thunderbolts asterisk, because we learned that doing a movie review at the top of the show is a mistake. It throws up the whole rhythm of the rest of the show. That's what we learned from Minecraft.
Instead, we spent 40 minutes talking about comments from the last episode to derail the show.
Absolutely. It was not derailed. I built it in intentionally because I knew we had like 6 news stories, because most of the news was just Thunderbolts articles. So I wanted us to watch. It's mostly Marvel stuff that's not the MCU. There is a couple of the MCU in there.
Or stuff we missed.
Well, that's the stuff that might be the MCU. But
I stand by what I said.
It's mostly not the MCU. Mostly. I'd say like solid 80% not the MCU.
Depends on what you consider the MCU for me.
Strap in. You might learn something. John, why you not say what your first thing is? John, I've left you all this air for you to say what your first thing is, and you're not saying it.
So my first
damn it,
thing,
Jordan, you had one job.
I didn't realize that you were done your sentence. I thought you were leading into something else.
There was several moments of awkward silence where you could have said your first thing.
Justin, in the radio business, we call it dead air.
Exactly.
Get it right.
You could have filled in that dead air with your next thing.
So the shut up, shut your whore mouth. So my first rapid fire was so back in 2009, Disney bought Marvel.
I recall.
And this was the first animation crossover Disney Marvel thing that they made at the time. and that's Phineas and Ferb Mission Marvel.
No, that special is very fun. I
It's a
think it's
lot of
better than the
fun.
Star Wars one, if I'm being honest. Although Darth Ferb is a delight. I cannot deny that.
I think it's more fun than the Star Wars one because like I like the Star Wars one, the Star Wars Phineas Ferb crossover, but that one pushes into parody.
Yeah,
Whereas this while it is like it has fun moments and it makes fun of certain things, it's still more true to the source
a
material.
little bit. Yeah. I just don't think
Um,
the implication that in the Marvel universe and the Phineas and Ferb universe are the same universe, but not that.
yeah,
I think
sorry.
they're technically supposed to be the Disney version of the Marvel. So I like to think that in those the Avengers show or the Ultimate Spider-Man that Phineas and Ferb are just out there.
Oh, absolutely, that's the intention. Especially because the guy who plays like Iron Man, for example, he is the same guy that plays Iron Man in like all of the Disney
Oh
animated
yeah, yeah.
shows. Same with I think Hulk, Thor. I'm not sure about Spider-Man because he's had a few different voices.
He has been Drake Bell since he first showed up on Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes. That was the first time he showed up.
Yeah, this version was Drake Bell.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and funny note, Red Skull is in this episode, and it's Liam O'Brien as well in
That's
this one.
funny. He can do a very
Um,
believable German accent.
so that
Red
was not a
Skull.
new thing.
It's not a good German accent.
Also a funny reference, which is also in one of my later shows. In this show, Stan Lee is a hot dog vendor. That's like a specific in these Marvel shows seems to be a specific callback because I'm pretty sure in the Ultimate Spider-Man show, Stan Lee also at one point shows up as a hot dog vendor.
In the
And
Ultimate Spider-Man show, he is the janitor for the longest time, and then eventually he becomes principal.
And I know in the Future Avengers show that I watched, he's a hot dog vendor in that as well.
That's funny. That's funny.
But no, this one's a lot of fun. My one issue, ironically, my one issue with this special has nothing to do with the Marvel elements and everything to do with the fact that there's a point where Phineas and Ferb canon here or story here. Phineas doesn't get angry. Like that's kind of like he's always a happy kid, right? So there's a point where he like snaps at Candace in this, and I'm like, "Whoa, Phineas!
Whoa!
You need to eat some. Eat a Mars bar because you're angry when you're hungry."
I mean, technically, doesn't he get mad at Perry in the movie?
Yeah, but that's extraneous. That's how do I word this? That's a movie.
Yeah,
I put that in a different, like his pet, who he thought was a pet for like years since he was young. He finds out is a secret agent. That's extraneous circumstances.
That is fair. That is fair.
This is just a Tuesday.
This is just
a Tuesday where the Marvel heroes and villains are there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the music in this one is fun. Apparently, it's considered episode 22 of season 4, which I think is funny. I really enjoy this one.
Cute.
Like you get a lot of fun little pokes, like jabs at Marvel stuff. Like Monogram. At one point, he wears the eye patch, and the intern character is like he thinks it makes him look cool. Then it cuts back to him, and he's got an eye patch on both eyes, and he's like he thinks wearing 2 eye patches makes him even cooler. Like there's a lot of fun, like winky kind of jokes in it, and it's a good time.
Giving a good old wink and a nod. Speaking of wink and a nod, this is not
Phineas and Ferb Mission Marvel.
Okay. So my thing this week is I wanted to get as random and varied a Marvel thing as I could. So I went back in the Wayback Machine, and if you go all the way back in the Wayback Machine, you would find out that me and Jordan had a different show we called Justin Jordan's Picks, and on that show.
Insert.
No, we're not inserting yet. We're not inserting yet because For the first episode of that show, we chose to do a movie. Well, we wanted to be the nostalgia critic. We chose. We wanted to do a movie. We chose the 1977 Spider-Man movie. Now, Jordan, we go. Jordan, you have to. There we go. That's enough wah wah wahs. See, now you've seen that video. We put in. I don't know how much I put in. I don't know if I put the whole thing or a little bit in. You'll know. I don't know because I'll have decided later on. Anyway.
Mostly superhero says, yo.
We're talking about the 1977 Spider-Man movie, and it became apparent to me that we didn't pay much attention to it when we wrote that episode because I remembered very little of this.
I just remember there being long scenes where he's slowly walking, like climbing up the wall.
Yeah, like you're just kind of waiting. Like he it takes him a while to get bitten, and then he eventually does get bitten because he just kind of works at a science lab. But he's a university student at a university student lab, but he also works for the Daily Bugle, who is J. Jonah Jameson, and he's got a mustache. And he's trying to get more pictures, but he can't. And he somehow gets bitten by a spider, which has been irradiated, and he gets superpowers. And yeah, there's a scene where he like puts on the costume, but a lot of it is just him like crawling around on the wall. Like it's just him kind of.
That's what I remember.
Yeah. Like you're just kind of waiting for Spider-Man to fight someone, and it takes a really long time for he kind of fights some ninjas at one point, and that's kind of it. And then. You're kind of waiting for a bad guy to show up, and then a bad guy doesn't show up. He eventually fights. There's a guy who he's using these self-help seminars to hypnotize people to robbing for him and then killing themselves. And Peter, while investigating them, ends up getting hypnotized. And, like, yeah, you're kind of just waiting for him to fight a supervillain, and he never does. And this was a pilot for a TV show. And I don't know how, I think it was like one or half a season or one season of a TV show. And I'm like, I know there's an episode where they attempt to do a version of the Clone Saga where he fights an evil version of Spider-Man. But I'm like, did that show have supervillains? Like, by all appearances, it doesn't. Spider-Man doesn't really do anything. There's a couple of funny shots of him trying to swing, which I remember making fun of. Jordan, do you remember this movie?
No more than what we have previously mentioned. But on a side note, mostly superhero says in capitals for the first part, lol, lol, wah, wah, intro, bring it back.
What?
I don't know. I was hoping that if I acknowledged it, we might get further information.
Bring what back? I don't understand. I'm confused. Yeah, it wasn't very good, Jordan. It was really boring. It was like, oh yeah, I understand why Spider-Man became a cartoon. Because this is really boring. Like, it's just...
I mean, yeah, when
Spider-Man's
he's
kind of barely in it.
he can do the flippy shit that you have a hard time doing in live action back then.
It's just like I don't understand how he managed to make an episode out of that because nothing happens in it. Nothing happens.
I believe that was kind of the bit that we ran with.
Was it? I do recall. Well, to be fair, we were trying to be the nostalgia critics, so we were trying to do that like play-by-play, make joke, and there's just nothing in there. It's just beyond the fact that it's really boring. There's just nothing there. That's it. That's the 1977 Spider-Man movie. Jordan, what's your next thing?
So my next one was I went back in time to 2003 before Edward Norton and watched Hulk.
The Ang Lee Hulk.
The Ang Lee Hulk, which is it's Hulk or known as the Hulk.
2004, right?
2003.
2003? Really? Really?
Yep.
Oh, why did I think it came out later? That's funny.
Came out June 20th, 2003.
That's funny.
It's definitely from the time before
oh yeah.
The time before time.
That movie is funny for so many reasons. mean, the first one being the bad transitions, the bad scene. I think he was trying to make it look like a comic book, but it just looks corny. The scene
Oh, it
transitions.
looks so cheesy.
My favorite one is the one where he, I think it's the blonde haired guy where he gets blown up and he gets blown up towards the camera and it does a weird flip or whatever. When he
I mean, I know there's a point where he kicks a guy and he like ragdolls and it looks hilarious. One of the things I will say for all of the choices that they made with that movie, one of the things that I do appreciate about it is it does the Hulk thing where um, the angrier he visually gets bigger.
Yeah, I know. I like that. I like that part of
Which
it.
I do like that part of it. It's a product of its time,
Yeah.
is what I can say.
There's certain scenes that are fun. Like, I mean, really, any of the Hulk scenes they're fun. Like, they're fun Hulk scenes.
Yeah,
Like when he's
they're-
running
yeah,
through the
you're-
desert and like he's smashing. Is that the one, or am I thinking? Oh no, I might be thinking of the Edward Norton one. Is that the one where he uses the tanks as boxing gloves?
I think that's the Edward
Is that
Norton
the Edward
one.
Norton one? But oh yeah, him run through the desert fighting the airplane. The only thing that's disappointing about that movie is the ending of it's bad. Like you kind of want him to do a big punch with, like, that's the one thing that the Edward Norton version does better. Like he's the Hulk.
Oh.
You want him to punch a guy?
Mostly superheroes. I was referencing the intro you guys talked about a few minutes ago when you both waved your hands, lol. I do know the 1977 Spider-Man movie. It starred Nicholas Hammond as Peter Parker.
Absolutely did. Yeah. TV was a big long movie.
Clearly,
TV pilot.
clearly was referencing when we were like when I think I said wow Star Wars. Banner Hulk was fun. Him jumping far distances was cool. Hulk dogs.
Oh, I mean, yeah, like yeah, the Hulk dogs. Oh, how can we forget the Hulk dogs?
See, what's funny about the movie, about this movie is, I don't have quite I do have a certain amount of nostalgia for it, obviously, but what it more makes me think of more than the movie itself is I will never forget the video game where they had the Hulk dog sections and you weren't the Hulk and you were Bruce Banner and you had to stealth through and the things would fucking catch you and you'd have to go to the beginning of the section again. Like,
I don't specifically remember that. I do remember that game. I absolutely remember that game. I do not remember that.
I remember that section so well because we got stuck on it. And like the rest of the game was fun because it was basically just a beat 'em up where you were the Hulk. And I specifically remember that portion and getting frustrated because it was like, why the fuck am I dying as Bruce Banner? Wouldn't he just turn into the Hulk?
Yeah, I do remember that game having like long, tedious sections where you play as Bruce Banner, where you're like, why am I Bruce Banner and not the Hulk? And then they sort of remedied that in the next game by having it be a free roam game where you got to be the Hulk. Speaking of which, they should do a remake of that game.
Mostly Superheroes remembers the game.
Yeah, I remember the game. I just don't remember the running away.
I'm gonna look it up after this just so I can show it to you.
No, they need to do a remake of Hulk Ultimate Destruction. Like there needs to be
Absolutely,
a PS5
they
remake.
do.
Like that game is easily the best Hulk game ever.
Remake, remaster, or heck, just another interpretation where it's not exactly the same, but it's better.
Just do another Hulk game.
Like they're so simple. We just want to be able to destroy shit, and I want to be able to do the super jump, which takes you super far, land, and have my fancy PlayStation 5 graphics and engines able to have it where I come crashing down through the building.
Oh, I want it so bad. Also, the ending of that movie is terrible. Like you're kind of waiting for the Hulk to do a big punch with a guy, and he does the it's too much power, you have too much power thing, and he's just he's just punching water. It's bad. It's genuinely bad. But also
Mostly Superheroes says we are due a great singular Hulk modern day MCU trilogy. Should it be Ruffalo? I think yes.
I could be down. They're building to it. There's rumors that they're gonna do it. They're just waiting. The reason why Ruffalo has stuck around so long is because they're on the verge of finally doing a Hulk movie, because the rights have expired or are about to expire. Every time we talk about it, it's always about to expire. So I think they've expired by now. But that's the rumor why he's stuck around for so long.
I mean, especially with them doing multiverse stuff, like they could have old man Hulk movie or something like that, where Ruffalo is an old version of the Hulk.
The Jordan. Do you not agree that the ending of that movie's bad?
Or World War Hulk would be very, very fun.
Nick Nolte is phenomenal. The guy who plays his dad, as just an unhinged, insane man. He is super great. I love the bit where he confronts him at the end, where he's handcuffed. And he's like in the chair. He's like, I want to see my true son, and he ends up eating the electricity and freaking out. That's really good. But when he's just when he's just punching water, it's stupid.
In the water, yeah. When he falls in the water, and it's like he's fighting him in the water, and I see why they did it, because it makes things cheaper, because you can do less.
Like, the Absorbing Man is a cool bad guy who, is an actual Hulk bad guy that's actually cool, and we did him badly.
But the question, mostly superheroes, is because with She-Hulk, you can never tell, especially with the way they did that ending.
Yeah.
Sorry, Justin, for your benefit.
I know, the scar
mostly superheroes says, yeah, Hulk has a son, Scar, from She-Hulk. But does he? Or was that just part of the gag?
Right. That show, it's hard to tell. They haven't really gone back to that, and I don't think they will. I'll imagine they'll retcon. Or he certainly, if he comes back, he'll look different, because most people hated how he looked. Jordan, is that it for Hulk?
Yeah, that's it for Hulk. But sorry to finish my statement. Yeah, the ending was a little bit lazy when it came to fighting in the water.
Yeah.
But I do like he absorbs like the Hulk's energy or whatever, and he's like, it's too much, it doesn't stop, and
I don't know.
I kind of like that stuff, but it's a little lame.
It's a little lame. So my next one, George, I'm still firmly all the way back.
I will say,
in
the Incredible Hulk, the one that came after that with what's his face. Fun fact for the people that might not know, that was originally supposed to be a sequel to this one.
Yes, it absolutely is.
And then it got retooled into a reboot.
They are technically the same Hulk. Like there's elements in that movie that are carried over, where it's like it could be interpreted either way. My next one.
It's a requel, technically.
We're going all the way back, Jordan, to the faraway year of 1989. You didn't react enough.
Well, sorry. Mostly superheroes. We'll touch on that when we get to one of my cartoon ones, which is also related to Fantastic Four.
Fantastic Four. Jordan, we're going all the way back to 1989.
1989. What's in 1989, Justin, for the audience? Because I definitely can read your mind and know what you're trying to imply.
Jordan, it's the trial of the Incredible Hulk. It is.
Mostly superhero says Batman. They think you're talking about Batman.
No, we're going to be talking about the trial of the Incredible Hulk. It is a.
Oh, I see. That's the Lou Ferrigno one.
It is technically a sequel to the show. I think it takes place after the show, and yes, it is the Lou Ferrigno, Bill Bixby one. And basically, it's about he's running away. He's Bill Bixby. He's on the run, whatever, and he winds up in a city, and he inadvertently saves this woman from being assaulted on the SkyTrain, because it's the SkyTrain, Jordan. It's the
SkyTrain.
It's the SkyTrain
from Vancouver, Canada.
And it's funny because they never say what city they're in. So in my headcanon, they're in Vancouver, because unlike when it showed up in that Friday the 13th movie, it actually plays the sounds. Like when it showed up in Friday the 13th, they were trying to pretend it's the subway. But okay, for those of you who don't live in Vancouver, I'll put like if I can find a good clip of it, I'll put it in if this becomes a video. But when the SkyTrain goes and like stops at station, we need to explain what the SkyTrain. I've just realized our audience is predominantly American. The SkyTrain It's exactly what it sounds like. It's the subway, but it's in the sky. It's got an above.
It's Vancouver's metro system.
Yeah,
basically.
it's an above ground train as opposed to a below ground train. Sometimes it goes underground, but for the most part, it's an above ground train. And when it goes between stations and stops at stations, it makes a particular sound and has a particular jingle.
Do do
Do
do.
do do. Like every person from Vancouver, they just heard it in their head. Like and do do. Like
You are picking your mic hard
um
with that one, but
it yeah it has a
it
certain
has a very
sound.
recognizable
Yeah.
sound. Is
And
the
so this
point.
movie doesn't disguise those sounds. It still has those sounds. It's like they just filmed it on the SkyTrain. So yeah, in my head canon, it takes place in Vancouver. But he turns
Very
into the Hulk.
roundabout way of saying that.
He turns into the Hulk while saving this girl, and they end up framing him for killing somebody or hurting somebody or kidnapping her or something. And so he winds up in jail, and Matt Murdock, the Daredevil, shows up to try to free him.
Is that true? Mostly Superheroes says, despite the title, the Hulk never actually goes on trial.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, no. Despite the trial, there's one trial scene in that movie
Hilarious.
where there's a trial, but it's a dream sequence, and it's the first Stan Lee cameo. He's in the audience.
Then why is it called Trial of the
Because
Incredible
he's in jail
Hulk?
for most of it, but towards the end of the movie, he breaks out of jail, and he never goes on trial. And the whole thing is it's a backdoor pilot or pilot for a Daredevil show. So Daredevil shows up, but he's not dressed like Daredevil because they didn't want to have the association with the devil. So he's like they have a line where he's like, yeah, he's a big daredevil, but like that kind of yeah. So he's wearing the Daredevil costume he wears in season 1 of your show. He's wearing that basically. Yeah, he's not wearing the actual Daredevil costume. And the guy who plays Daredevil is quite good. He's very charismatic. He's very fun. And, I would have watched the show. He's got his own cast of supporting characters that clearly were supposed to be on this show. Lou Ferrigno is really good as the Hulk. There's a really funny scene if you're from Vancouver where he tosses a guy through the SkyTrain doors and just explodes the SkyTrain. And you're like, huh.
And that's what that looks like.
That's what that looks like. It's pretty fun when the Hulk is rarely in it. It's clearly meant to be more of a showcase for Daredevil. So it in that vein, like most Daredevil things, has its moments of being quite slow. The other character that's amazing. It's got Jonathan Rhys Davies as Kingpin. He's not my favorite Kingpin, but he's up there. He's really fun. He's like a more techno savvy Kingpin. He's like running computers and stuff. It's a very strange movie, very odd. There's apparently 2 more Incredible Hulk movies that are way worse than this. But, it's one of those, with a lot of these movies that we're going to talk about today, they're TV movies. So you kind of gotta, when you keep in mind that it's a TV movie, it looks alright for a TV movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the Trial of the Incredible Hulk. 1989, very strange time. The next one has Thor in it.
He's Thor?
It hurts. No, the god of thunder, Thor. he shows up in that. I don't know what the context is. He's just in the movie.
That was bad. That was bad.
That's the Trial of the Incredible Hulk. Next one, Jordan.
Okay, so back in the 90s,
I was in a very famous TV show.
No. Back in the 90s,
I was in a very famous TV show.
Oh, really? That's cool. Sorry. Mostly Superheroes met Lou Ferrigno at Wizard World St. Louis 2019.
Neat! That's pretty cool. He seems like he's a nice guy.
There was a famous cartoon Spider-Man show, which like an animated show, which came out in the 90s. And I guarantee you, this is not the one that you're thinking of.
Yeah, you're thinking of
this is Spider-Man. This one is Spider-Man Unlimited, which was kind of a pseudo sequel to that show, sort of reboot.
Reboot. I believe it's the history of this is that Avi Arad, the woman who produced the original show, Avi Arad and her hated each other, and so he got the show.
Thanks.
He got.
Sorry, I want to say respond to this before they take off. Thanks, mostly superheroes. It's been a pleasure having you be here, and thanks for the subscribing.
Yeah, thank you. You're way nicer than the Star Wars fans.
Right?
Unless you are a Star Wars fan, in which case you're very nice in spite of being a Star Wars fan.
Unlike some of the other Star Wars fans.
Does that mean we are now at 169? Because that would be very funny.
But
we are Jordan. We have to do it now. You're not doing
169,
dude. There we go. We did it.
Although mine still says 168. Oh no! Now it says 169.
169, dude.
169, dude.
Nailed it. Anyway.
So yeah, it serves as a reboot of Spider-Man the Animated Series. Came out in 1999. Had fair ratings, but it was overshadowed by Pokemon and Digimon.
Yup.
Which is why it ultimately was canceled after 13 episodes.
Also, Batman Beyond is out at the same time, competing with that as well. Also, I think they put it in a shitty time slot because I'm pretty sure it was like Avi Arad tried to have it killed, basically, something to that effect. This exists because of Avi Arad sucks.
A thing that I realized this time was, for anyone who has played Spider-Man on the PlayStation 1, the two Spider-Man games, Enter Electro and the first one, the voice of Spider-Man in this one is the same guy.
Oh,
so that's a fun little bit of trivia.
It's funny. It's funny. Once you said that, I went, yeah, I could picture it. I could picture that, and that explains why that suit, despite it appears in name only in that game, it doesn't look anything like the version of it from the show because.
Yeah, it's.
I think Marvel doesn't own the rights to it.
It in the game, it was like it's different, but it still lets you turn invisible. That was the tower that it let you use.
My understanding is that show is produced. I think now that I'm thinking it, I think the history of that show is made by Fox Kids, and Marvel owns the rights to the '98 one, I think, and which is why they weren't allowed. Why none of the characters like Venom, Carnage. The suit, nothing related to the '90s show can appear in it because I think it's owned by Fox, and that's why they've never done anything with it because it's not owned by Marvel. If I'm not mistaken, something to that effect.
According to this, it was Saban.
Saban, that's what it was. Yeah.
Saban was cut from any source and could not use the traditional Spider-Man suit or adapt the early comics.
Yes, that's what it was.
Also, in the original, I think I mentioned this to you before. In the original idea, Spider-Man was stranded in a counter-Earth in which Ben Parker did not die, and thus Peter Parker lacked the moral fortitude to resist becoming Venom. However, Marvel didn't like that idea, and we're like, no.
No.
Basically, no. They wouldn't do a story with two Peter Parkers.
Big no, dog. It's a big no from us.
And in one of the original ideas, it was going to be a Spider-Man 2099 show, but Batman Beyond came out at the same time, and they didn't want to compete, even though they still ended up making it a futuristic heavy show. So I don't see what. But as soon as I read that, I was like, I can absolutely see. And if it had been Spider-Man 2099, then they wouldn't have technically been using the early comics of Spider-Man, so they could have had like characters that weren't Spider-Man. Like I see the influence.
Oh, I mean,
basically.
yeah, the Green Goblin. This version of the Green Goblin is really heavily inspired by the Green Goblin, the 2099 Green Goblin. Like it's really obvious that they just borrowed design aesthetics from that, and it hadn't really. I think it was still fairly new at that point. Like they've gone back to it a bunch, but initially it was a very short run. Like it wasn't really popular because it wasn't Spider-Man.
But they've also in the years past or years since, they've come out with like a couple, I think like 6 comics which continue the story of this. Plus he shows up in Across the Spider-Verse.
Oh yeah, yes, yes, he does. Yes, he does.
He's one of the
Yes,
Spider-Men that you can see
yes, yes, he is.
as part of Miguel's entourage. Which I guess, had he been Spider-Man 2099,
Right.
we you know
I love the Spider-Man Unlimited costume. I'm not a fan of the cape. It's funny
the cape's a choice.
it's funny when he's like Spider-Man doesn't do capes. I just remembered the cape. And he's like Spider-Man does do capes.
He does every now and then.
Jordan, is that it?
Um, Mostly superheroes. I missed this. I just noticed it. I don't know if they're still here, but they said Star Wars fans are rough guys. I get it.
Most people do. Most people do.
Yeah, that's it. That's it for Spider-Man Unlimited. It ends on a bad cliffhanger, but it's a fun show.
Brutal cliffhanger. So, um, we talk about the superhero bad times, before the MCU. A lot of this, it's really funny how a lot of those movies are kind of all sandwiched in the same kind of era. You know, Spider-Man, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man, the Hulk. I didn't realize Hulk was 2003. But the Granddaddy, the Godfather, the predecessor to all of them, the very first Marvel superhero movie, Blade.
Blade.
Have you ever seen Blade?
No, I don't think so.
Blade was kind of remarkable to me. It was really surprising.
Other than when he shows up in Deadpool.
He shows up in Deadpool?
That's
right.
Blade,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. See, it's so funny because my cultural impression of this movie was that he was lame. I remember like contemporarily people like these movies, but I just so when he shows up in Deadpool and Wolverine and he's kind of lame, I thought he was kind of lame. I was like, yeah, that's kind of how but watching this movie, the number one surprising thing about this movie is that it's R-rated. Like, it's incredibly bloody, incredibly violent. Like, they're swearing, like, people say F words. Like, it's very much an R-rated movie. Like, one of the scenes opens up, some guy's getting jacked off. Like, it's like,
Okay.
yeah, like, it's a Marvel movie, but it doesn't even have the Marvel, like, logo at the beginning. The most Marvel thing you see is in the opening credits. You say Blade as created, a Marvel character as created by blank, but there's no real, like, you wouldn't really know it was a Marvel movie. But it's honestly pretty good. Like, the action sequences are fun. Like, some of the CGI is dated and looks bad, but it's overall a pretty fun movie. It's very much a it came out in 1999, 1998. It's very much that it's like X-Men. It's Spider-Man. It's a shit.
Yeah.
It's that era of
it's pre MCU.
Yeah, very much so. But it's fun. Like, it's a really fun movie. Like I say, it's if you like a bloody, gory action film, it's really good. I feel like there's something else I want to mention about this movie that was remarkable about it. I'm going to pull up my wiki just to see, because I'm like, I feel like there was something else I wanted to mention about it.
Really?
Other than the only reason I know who Blade is because of the animated series when he shows up with Morbius. The thing, him having superpowers is not traditional of that character. He eventually got superpowers later on when they made him and Morbius a team up. They were team up characters. They worked together. That was their whole thing. Which is why when they show up on the animated series, yeah, that's why they're
I was gonna say that's really my biggest frame of references from that show.
Yeah, but that's why they're working together on that show. It's because they had their own comic run where they worked together. Well, clearly it felt like they were going for, maybe they were going to do a spin-off with those characters in cartoon form. But no, this movie's there's like, part of it is at one point the girl invents a cure for vampirism. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Blade is a dampire. He's not a vampire. He's a dampire. Dampire. Dampire.
So he's very moist.
No.
He's a damp fire.
I want to see if I got that name right. Hold on, let me just.
A
See,
damp
I'm I'm
pyre?
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it.
He's a
I'm not doing
he's
it.
a
I
damp
know what you're trying to do.
pyre?
I know what you're trying to do. Uh, where's the word? Is it blade? Is a
Damp pyre?
It's gonna drive me crazy. Damn DH. It's not damn Dampire. Yeah, DH. Damn. Yeah, Dhampir. Dampire is a mythical creature typically described as half human, half vampire. So a vampire is full vampire, dampire, half vampire. And I learned that. I was like, oh, that's interesting. But it does that. Yeah, it does that 2000 thing where your main guy Blade doesn't really get to be a character. He's like not. He doesn't really have a character arc. It's really more about like you've got a girl character who's a self-insert character, who she's the one who gets introduced into the world. It's one of those kind of movies because it's from 1999 or whatever. But it's just wild that like this was like these movies were dire. Like this was a dire time for superhero movies where it was like it's hard to believe this thing would not work today. I understand why they've struggled to make Blade because yeah, this is hard because like there's also like it's one of those stories where there's vampires but they're like a secret council of vampires who are all the full vampires, so they're all born vampires and they want to remain secret, so they've got like deals with like human governments or whatever and they're living in secret and they're feeding off of like blood that's essentially donated to them, and the bad guy is a non-pure vampire who's a vampire who got bitten and got turned into a vampire, and he wants to take over the vampires and become vampire god.
Sounds like how much you enjoy this show is going to really depend on how much you like vampires.
Kind of. I mean, my thing is like, you would like it because you like senselessly, cartoonishly violent action movies, so you would probably dig it.
You're not wrong.
That's gonna come back a few times.
Those are things that I do enjoy.
Yeah, I may come back to this another time and watch the sequels.
I am not known for my nuance in enjoying deep, engaging political dramas where characters are in a fascist government and they're. Is it too on the nose?
No, that's not what this is. This is a.
No, I was poking fun at myself.
This was a really silly movie about vampires. That's it, Jordan. That's Blade.
I feel like you missed the joke. Anyway.
No, I didn't acknowledge the joke. That's the difference.
This week I watched a lot of cartoons, a lot of Saturday morning cartoons. Some I liked more than others, and I learned something new about this one just now because I didn't recognize the voice apparently. But this one is The Incredible Hulk, animated show. 1996 to 1997, and I wasn't aware that the voice of the Hulk in this show is Lou Ferrigno.
Really?
Yeah.
No. Oh, yeah. I did know that. I actually did know that.
Did you?
I did because I watched a video about the trial of the Incredible Hulk, and it was pointed out that in the
cartoon?
The show, Lou Ferrigno as the Hulk never talks, but everyone thinks he did, but he never did.
In this one, I think he kind of does a little bit.
He does a little bit, yeah. This was the first time. This was the first time he did.
But yeah, this one. So what's funny about what's always funny about the Hulk is, and this is the issue with a character of this nature is. It's you have to find creative ways to make the character that doesn't want to turn into the character, right? So each episode,
or deny the character the ability to turn into the thing you need him to.
Sure.
So like,
the
drama is like he can't turn into the Hulk, but you need him to turn into the Hulk.
Yeah, that happens a few times. I only watched the first 5 episodes, um, and so I was reading a little bit about the second season, but each of most of the episodes usually devolves to him either pairing up with another hero or fighting against another one of like another villain. So, like in the one episode, um, a Bruce Banner is getting help from Tony Stark, and then he transforms, and the Hulk fights against Iron Man. Or
Neat.
in one of the other episodes I saw, someone has convinced Ghost Rider that the Hulk is evil, and so the Hulk or the Ghost Rider starts to go after the Hulk, and like does the penance stare on him, and finds out that he's not actually evil, and it doesn't work, and he's like, I've been lied to, like I'm sorry, and like then they team up together to fight the bad guy. Or I read in some of the later episodes like Doctor Doom shows up, stuff like that. And then apparently um, it was felt that season 1 was too dark. So in season 2, they bring in She-Hulk to lighten up the show, and the show was then called The Incredible Hulk and She-Hulk.
Oh, I knew that She-Hulk eventually showed up in that show. I know that Grey Hulk shows up at one point.
Yeah, him too. He shows up as well in season 2. Um, Yeah, no. UPN decided that season 1 was too dark, was changed, and to, quote, give female viewers a chance, the network ordered that She Hulk be made a regular co star. As a result, the series was officially renamed The Incredible Hulk and She Hulk for the second season.
All right.
But of the animated ones I saw, it was fun. It's fine. I could see how this would have entertained me as a child.
I can see
I
that.
I definitely clearly had a preference for Spider-Man because that's still my favorite. But it's
Spider-Man!
one thing that I kind of realized I like about these older shows, which like you don't really get nowadays so much, is like, for example, even on the Spider-Man show, you have an episode where there's just the X-Men
Oh.
are there.
Yeah.
Or like in this show, how like one episode it's Iron Man, next episode there's like Ghost Rider. Or in one of the other shows that I'm going to talk about later, it's kind of the same thing where like characters will just show up for an episode because they can.
Because they can.
And like they don't have to come up with some big convoluted reason for why they're around. They're just there for one episode. And there's something really fun about that, which I feel like in modern times we've kind of lost.
Right? Right?
Like, maybe that's just me.
It's because
But
legally, you need to pay the actor that plays She-Hulk, or She-Hulk is a prohibitively expensive character. Just using She-Hulk
I
as
don't
an
even
example.
I don't even just mean in the live action stuff though. I mean like in the cartoon stuff too. Like for example, that Spider-Man show that we liked that's newer. Like you don't see like Daredevil. Never mind, you do in that one. I guess that show's a bad example
It is a
because
bad example.
because it does do those things. That's kind of why I like that show. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, is because it was a return to that.
Right? Doctor
Um,
Strange is just there.
it's just there. But yeah, no, that's the Incredible Hulk, the 1996 TV series. It was fun. I could consider putting on a few episodes every now and then, watching some here and there, finishing it.
Right? Right? Um. Hmm. So, huh. Yeah, okay. Um, I'm gonna punt one of my rapid fires. And I'm gonna pair it. I'm gonna pair it with one of my haven't scenes because, in order to talk about it properly, I need to talk about something I haven't talked about yet. So I'm just gonna do one more rapid fire. Which
Okay, I only have one more rapid fire anyway.
okay, good. How did that happen? I don't know how that happened. Okay, that's good. That's fine. So my final rapid fire then is It's another television movie. It's Nick Fury, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., starring David Hasselhoff.
Did I accidentally delete one? I'm listening.
Nick Fury, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., starring David Hasselhoff as Nick Fury. And this is
Wait, David Hasselhoff. Oh, so this is back in the time when Nick Fury was still white.
Yep, 1998, I think. Written by David S. Goyer, who wrote... Oh, that was the other thing. Blade, I forgot to mention about Blade. Blade is written by David S. Goyer, same as this, who is the guy who wrote the Dark Knight trilogy, Batman vs. Superman, and a bunch of other various... Man of Steel, and a bunch of various other comic book superhero movies. So yeah, he wrote this. And this was initially was a pilot, and it's a pilot for a television series about Nick Fury. And Nick Fury is a Cold War era spy who has been forcibly retired, and they need him to get back in the game. It has Dum Dum Dugan, and the bad guy is Hydra, and it's
live action.
It's live action. Baron von Strucker, his daughter, is the bad guy, and she wants to release a bomb, and it's a very kind of dull spy movie that is kind of has a sense of humor to it, but it's just a pretty I guess by the numbers is maybe how I would put it, spy story.
It sounds like it's like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. before Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Kinda, yeah, it is, but it's sort of more Nick Fury heavy, because Nick Fury is not the main character of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. But yeah, pretty much that's what it is. And it's really funny because it's like you get characters whose names you recognize but aren't quite right. So like, Valentina, Valentina de la Cruz or whatever, the character from Thunderbolts, the one who's played by the chick from Seinfeld.
Oh yeah.
In the comic book, she's Nick Fury's love interest. That's her whole bit.
So she is literally female.
I think they end up getting married at one point. Like I think she's his wife in the comics, but I don't want to say because I'm not 100% sure. So in this, she's the love interest, and I recognized the name. I was like, oh, and then Alexander Pierce, who was, remember the bad guy in Captain America 2, Robert Redford.
Vaguely.
He was the one. He was Nick Fury's friend.
Yeah.
He's in this as well, but he's a British guy.
Wait, wasn't he Jack Hammer or something?
No. His name's Alexander Pierce, and he's in this, and now he's British for some reason. Even though he's not British in the comics, and yeah, Dum Dum Dugan is there as like this commander guy, and he's played by the guy who voices Optimus Prime in Beast Wars. So it was really distracting.
Oh,
I just recognized
that would be
voice.
Distracting.
And also this
is Dum Dum Dugan a character that has like ever really been in the MCU? Because I don't recognize. I do recognize that name because of like the Marvel Ultimate Alliance games, but I don't recognize it. Is he like the olden days version of Nick Coulson?
No, he's one of the Furies. So he's one of Captain America's background guys. He's the guy. Did you ever get to Damien Dark in Arrow?
No.
Oh, you would know him if you saw him. Neil McNeil. We went to his panel when we went to.
I know the character. I remember them talking about it. I remember being at that panel, but I never saw that in the show.
Yeah, he's played by that guy. Dum Dum Dugan's played by that guy. He's got a mustache.
Sure, but that doesn't answer my question. My question was more about the character.
Yes, he's technically in the MCU. He's in the first Captain America movie.
Is he?
Yes.
Okay.
The other thing that about this, there's an actor. Sorry, I'm looking up. Stupid thing. Come on, stop being difficult. There we go. There was an actor who had a funny name. I'm stalling well. There it is. So yeah, his name is Ron Canada. And Jordan, I'm sure you're probably wondering.
Ron Canada.
Is Ron Canada Canadian?
From Canada?
Jordan, do you think he's from Canada?
Is he?
No, he's not from Canada.
No.
He's not. He's American. But he was in an episode of The Orville. He was one of the I was like, he's been in a few things I recognize. Like, hey, I recognize him. It's a Ken Canada. Kind of crying shame he's not in Canada. Yeah, it's all right. It's an all right movie. It's again, if
Oh, he's past guy. Got it.
if you
Sorry, I was looking up who Dum Dum Dugan was.
If you remember that it's a television movie and it was supposed to be a television show, it's not bad. It's got a reasonable budget. Some of the action sequences look okay. They do the life model decoy thing, so they introduce the life model decoys. So there's a part where you think he's dead, and it turns out it's just his life model decoy. That made me laugh because I was like, I can't believe the life model decoys never made it into the MCU.
Right? You would think that of all the insane tech that they could have done, that would definitely be up there.
Right?
Would be very believable.
We do 9 every week, right?
Usually, yes.
How are you missing one?
I was looking at it. I think it might be because the Marvel, the Phineas and Ferb one was so short.
Oh, maybe. Because yeah, I have one more, but
I was looking at my my. I don't have my actual list open, but there was words are hard. Phineas and Ferb Mission Marvel, which is 1, Spider-Man Unlimited, which is 2, Hulk Film, which is 3, Incredible Hulk TV series, which is 4, and the last one, which is the Fantastic Four, which is 5. 5 rapid fire. So you have an extra one.
No, I've also got 5 because I'm moving one to later. That was my last rapid fire. You've got one more. I don't know what happened there. Oh, I think what's gonna happen now is I'm gonna be ahead on half scenes. That's what's gonna end up happening, but that's okay.
Yeah, you're gonna start it, whereas normally I would.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Joy, sorry. Final rapid fire. Sorry.
Final rapid fire. I watched 1994 TV series Fantastic Four. It was
I remember that
it was created as part of a time block where they had first time block was Iron Man, and then the second half was this.
Called it was Fantastic Four.
It was part of their Marvel Action Hour, which was later renamed to the Marvel Action Universe. I mean, it's fine. It's more just, I mean, I can definitely tell it's older.
Oh yeah.
I
don't think it's the
most
oldest.
Of the animation.
I think the X-Men.
No, I
X-Men
think
show is still older.
Well, I can't speak to that, but mostly because I'm too lazy to look it up. But I know that this one came out in '94.
I was gonna say this one came out in '94. I'm pretty sure. You know what? Let's look it up.
Keep talking while I talk about it, you can look it up. But my thing with this show is it's mostly the Thing. I don't like how the Thing looks.
1992.
I think he look. Fair enough. I think he looks very cheap looking. Which is relative because it's a cartoon, so they all look cheap. But he, in particular, just something about his design, or I don't know, but he just doesn't look right to me.
The one thing I remember about that...
I will say that this show is very accurate to the comics.
Yeah,
like very, very accurate.
I just remember there being one of those shows where you were waiting for other characters to show up and then they just don't. Like I think there's an episode where they fight or they deal with a Spider-Man villain and you're just waiting for Spider-Man to show up and he just doesn't. But I remember liking that show.
I can't speak to that, but what I can say is that season 1 anyway. I'm gonna read this just so I don't get it wrong. The Fantastic Four, it was generally met with displeasure by fans, to say nothing of then current Fantastic Four comic book writer Tom DeFalco, who got in trouble for penning a scene in issue number 396 of the series that featured Ant-Man watching and lambasting an episode of the cartoon.
Ah, see, I
So
remember liking that show.
he disliked it so much that he made fun of it in a comic that he was working on. But it was fine. It's just, and this is where I say I just don't think that I like the Fantastic Four very much. Like, they're really heavy on the, oh, we're a family, we're gonna do everything as a family, and it just, I don't know, it just doesn't really, But so then, and I don't think they're here anymore, but mostly superheroes. To tie this into the upcoming Fantastic Four, yeah, again, I'm kind of just like, yeah,
I'm stoked for that.
like it looks
You'll
fun.
not dampen my excitement.
I think it'll be fun in spite of it being Fantastic Four, because it has the big Galactus walking through the city as a big guy.
Way downtown, hard and fast. Look at me, I'm Galactus.
But,
Smush. Smush.
Yeah, this show has like 26 episodes, 13 episodes a season or something like that. 2 seasons.
Yeah,
It's fine.
there's a modern Fantastic Four show that is way better. That is quite good. But yeah, I remember liking that show.
That's fair. To be fair, when was the last time you watched it?
I rented it from the video store.
Ah, so you were a kid. Yeah, your opinion might have changed.
A long time ago.
Because I got to be fair here. I remember liking this one. Like, I remember liking it too, but I think I'm remembering the other one.
I mean, to be fair, it gets significantly better in the second season. Like, it
That's
improves,
fair.
it improves quite a lot.
I feel like most of these shows probably do.
It's from what I recall. That's when they changed the theme song. That's when they do the Call the Four.
That's what I was expecting.
Fantastic Four. Yeah, that's the second season.
I didn't get that, and I was like, oh, sad face. Yeah, I watched like I think 6 or 7 episodes of this one, yeah,
It's
fine.
the only reason I knew who the Inhumans were.
From what I read, it does end up having crossovers with other characters.
Yeah.
Hydro Man apparently shows up.
Oh yeah.
Which, interestingly enough, this episode aired 1 week from Hydro Man's debut appearance on Spider-Man.
Oh, I'm pretty sure the versions of the Fantastic Four that are in this show are the ones that wind up in that episode of Secret Wars of Spider-Man that they do Secret Wars.
I would not be surprised by that, because the Iron Man or War Machine or whatever who shows up in that one.
Yeah.
He's the same as the one from his show. Plus, you get like that's where I say, back in time, it was really cool because these shows all existed on their own, but they were like connected, like they existed within the same world.
Because Marvel was going through a bad time and they were bankrupt, and they sold off a bunch of the characters for money.
That, and because again, I'm pretty sure all of those shows, including the Spider-Man, I'm pretty sure they existed under Marvel Action Hour
For
Marvel
money.
Marvel Action Universe, as it was later called.
Money.
Yeah, that's Fantastic Four.
Money. So, okay, guess we're under the have scenes.
We are.
Yeah, no, I realized. Spoiler alert, I'm going to talk about Echo, and I can't talk about why Echo.
I
can't talk about why Echo didn't work for me without talking about Agatha all along, which I'm also going to talk about. So yeah, I was like, we'll push Echo. So my first half scene, it's funny because Jordan, spoiler alert, he's going to talk about Netflix Daredevil. So I of course had to watch Ben Affleck Daredevil, which I first watched Ben Affleck. Okay, so or should I do Spider-Man first? No, we'll do Spider-Man first. We'll do Ben Affleck because I think I don't know if I've told this story on here, but Spider-Man the movie. We'll do that first. We'll do Spider-Man the movie first. Spider-Man the movie. I was very excited for this movie. I was 11 when this movie first came out. I watched the trailer so many times. I could quote it word for word. I
Oh
had
yeah, I was so excited for this
I
one.
had Spider-Man pictures on my wall. I dressed up as Spider-Man for Halloween. I was so fucking excited for this movie. And I showed up. We made our shitty stepdad take us to this movie. And it got to the bit where Peter Parker's. I'm not going to recap the plot of the Spider-Man, the movie. You've all seen it. But yes, the bit where Norman Osborn is using the serum and is turning to the Green Goblin. He's freaking out on the table. That scared the piss out of me when I was 11 years old. I used to say 13, and I felt guilty. But no, I was like 11. This movie came out in 2001, pretty sure? 2002?
Something like that.
What year did Spider-Man come out? But I was like 11 or 12. So I'm like, yeah, that scene was kind of scary. And then, yeah, I made us leave. And I wouldn't watch 2002.
Yeah,
So I was 12.
which I was very upset by.
But to be fair, there's a lot of scenes in that movie that are kind of scary. There's a lot of halfway
Well,
decent jump scares in there.
to be fair, looking back on it, it was a movie made by a guy who made horror movies.
Yeah.
It's not not entirely surprising that might have freaked an 11-year-old out.
Exactly. You know what? I'm now realizing me going first is actually probably good. Now that I'm thinking about it, based on what you selected.
I mean, yeah, I think you know what's coming next.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, actually, it's probably better I went first. Anyway, so as a result,
I mean, Justin, to be fair, it always would have played out this way. Whether I went first or you went first,
yeah.
It always would have played out this way.
So, so this movie scared the shit out of me. And so for the longest time, anything over a PG rating freaked me out. And so, that put a pin in that for Daredevil. But now, in retrospect, I love this movie. It's my favorite Spider-Man movie. It is, in my opinion, the purest representation. It looks like you took a comic book and you put it onto screen. Like, there's never been anything quite as comic booky, quite as made me feel like I'm watching a Spider-Man comic on screen, as when Green Goblin is like talking to Spider-Man on the roof, and he does that monologue with like, "Oh, we can destroy each other again and again and again." Like, that scene is like the most.
It's a great monologue.
It's a great monologue, and it's just a great representation of just comic books generally. The costumes all look great. Yeah, I know that it doesn't look exactly like the Green Goblin from the comic books, but have you seen the test footage for Green Goblin?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've seen some of that where it looked
nightmare-inducing. Yeah, it's horrifying looking. There's a reason they didn't use it. I don't care what anyone says. No, it would have looked horrible in the movie. It would have looked bad. Apparently, at one point, they were going to do this thing where that fire scene, it was going to explode, and he was going to wind up having like shrapnels of the mask like embedded in his face, and he was going to be horrible and mangled looking. And I'm like, no, that sounds awful. Like, do I think that the current costume looks great? I mean, I do now, but that's because I think I love stuff that looks corny. But like, no, I just don't think a fully realized version of the mask from the comic books was ever gonna work in live action. I just don't think it will.
Certainly not in that day and age.
It might now. I think you could make it work now.
You could probably, with the combination of practical and CG.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, you could probably do it now.
I think you could probably do it now. But back when this came out, no.
It's also really funny.
Not without it looking horrifying.
Right? It's so funny though, like having watched Pleasantville now, and now that I'm watching this again, I totally get why they picked Tobey Maguire for this. Like, I get there, like, he's kind of going for, like, Peter Parker and the Parkers and the Mary Jane as being, like, 1950s era Spider-Man. Like, it's very much, like, Golden Age era, like, that era of Spider-Man, and it absolutely reads that way. And it is a tad earnest.
That's why it's hashtag my Spider-Man.
Right? And it's also very much post 9/11. So you get that bit where the New Yorkers are like, you take the bull by the horns, you mess with all of New York, you're going to mess with some
You
of
mess
us.
with one of us, you mess with all of us.
Yeah, but no, it's just overall, it's my idea. I don't love the upside down kiss. Never loved the upside down kiss. I've always thought that was weird. Also, Peter's kind of moderately creepy. He's like, yeah, he was stalking you. I mean, I was in the neighborhood.
I was swinging by. Love me. And then in the second one, it's all. Wait, no, we're not there yet.
But yeah, no, I mean, we quote it all the time. But you want to go your own way. I respect that.
You want to be your own man. I
respect that. I respect that. But I'm gonna verbally degrade my son's girlfriend very loudly in the hallway because I'm weird and strange.
Whoa. To be fair, at that point, he had the goblin juice in him, and he was crazy.
Yeah, but he said that. Was that Norman Osborn who said that, or was that the Goblin who said that?
Is there a difference? He's crazy.
I mean, it seems as though, well, they certainly No Way Home made the case that there's a difference.
But at that point, was there?
Well, that's my question. Is like up until the point where he gets stabbed in his penis. Like, is there a point? Is he pretty much? When does he stop being Norman Osborn and start being the Goblin all the time?
That's a good question. You'd have to ask Sam Raimi to know for sure.
I'm asking you what your theory is.
My theory is that. Okay, joking aside. Sorry, let me think about the question. I think when he realizes Peter is Spider-Man.
Oh, interesting.
That's when Goblin takes over full time.
I love that bit where like everybody else knows. Oh shit! I gotta go. Yeah, that's Spider-Man 1.
That would be my theory, though.
That makes sense.
So, if you are done talking,
also like when he swings around a bunch, like does he get dehydrated? Is it like ejecting other fluids?
Yes.
I see. Yes, that's it. That's Spider-Man 1. Joe, let's talk about Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 1 is done. You're out, Osborn.
Oh yeah. Oh man, I totally. The thing I meant to tell you about our Star Wars is
we're not going back to Star Wars.
I meant to be like me saying Star Wars is a bad Star. I know it's a bad Star Wars show, but a good show is like being like, we grant you the rank of master, but we do not grant you a spot. No, you have a spot on the council, but we do not grant.
But we do not grant you the rank of master.
Right. Or like we were like, you're out. You're out, Star Wars fans.
I'm out. Do you know how much I've sacrificed?
Do you know how much we sacrificed? No, you can't.
Look at The Last Jedi.
You can't do this to us. We built this fandom. Do you know how much I sacrificed? There we go. I did it. We got there in the end.
So, now, that being said, we move on to Spider-Man 2.
Second Spider-Man.
Which okay. All right.
I like it more the older I get. I did not like it when I was younger, but as I get older, I appreciate it more and more.
Okay.
It's not the best Spider-Man movie. It's not the best Spider-Man movie. Anyone who ever says that is wrong.
I don't think it's the best Spider-Man movie. I really enjoy it. Now, that being said, compliment sandwich here. I love Tobey Maguire as Peter Parker. I love him as Spider-Man. I think he has very little chemistry with Kirsten Dunst.
There's absolutely no chemistry with... Oh yeah, I completely forgot to mention how he has no chemistry with Kirsten Dunst. Also, I didn't mention how he barely...
I was trying to be nice, but...
He barely quips in this movie, and the one time he does quip, it's a homophobic slur. Did your husband make that for you? Yeah, what if he did,
What if he did?
What if he did?
Fuck you. It's very judgmental of you.
What are you trying to imply, Spider-Man? You're trying to imply it's not okay that my husband may or may not have made me this? I have a wife, by the way, but what if he did?
I mean, to be fair, it came out in like 2001. It's when everyone was saying things were gay, like it was negative. Like it was just... was very common back. I'm not saying that as an excuse or that it's okay.
Conservatives are trying to bring it back, and I'm always like, I'm never gonna bring it back.
Product of the time, as it were. My big contention sticking point with this movie. Um, I felt stronger when I was younger, but it's still a thing I kind of stand by. I don't love the direction they took Otto Octavius in this.
I think it's because I've seen since better versions of it that I'm like, I get what they're going for.
I get what they're going for, but I don't think so. And this was a thing that was pointed out on the subject of Otto Octavius. This was a thing that was pointed out to me. I think it was in How It Should Have Ended, but where
an idea.
He's putting the point where he's putting the arms in his back and he's got the chip or whatever. Fuck your son thing. I'll take the robot arm.
I mean,
why are we not selling those?
I've seen so many plot holes. Point. My other favorite is why is the one thing that? Hey, here's an idea. Maybe the chip which protects your higher brain function. Maybe don't have it on the back of your neck with completely exposed chip that can easily be destroyed.
Right. And then the fact that like
for a genius,
the other
Otto Octavius is very stupid.
The other thing in that movie where it's like the newest Spider-Man where the three Spider-Man team up kind of makes me think of this now of Peter's a very smart guy, and he was there when Otto was saying how the chip on the back keeps the things in control, and if it's gone, and he sees it get fried.
Right.
Why does he not do anything to try and help his friend rather than just fight him?
Right. It's funny though how
he's a very smart guy. I believe that Peter could have come up with a solution.
Right. That's funny though. You mentioned last week you're talking about the books. I remember the book of this one. And it opens with a scene where it's Spider-Man fights a giant robot who's trying to kidnap Otto Octavius and Connors. And it's the first time that he gets to see Spider-Man. I'm like that. I kind of wish they had left that scene in the movie. That would have been really cool.
Yeah, because that was always my thing with this movie is Connors is a dick and Otto is treated like Connors.
Yeah, it's almost like at one point in the scripting process, it probably was Connors, and the lizard was prohibitively expensive.
Right, but it just kind of comes across that way.
That's how it reads.
But I mean, warts and all, flaws and all. I still enjoy this movie, although I also there's a lot of things where it's like. When you break it down, it doesn't make any sense. So there's the scene where Peter is getting coffee or whatever with MJ, and Octavius is looking for Peter. No. Let me run through this, Justin. Otto Octavius is looking for Peter Parker, who he doesn't know that he's Spider-Man.
No clue.
And he wants him to get Spider-Man for him. So now, does he like shove his arm through the thing and like grab Peter by the waist, drag him out?
Nope.
Does he go inside like while he's bundled up and
Absolutely
like try to talk to him? No, he tosses a car at the guy that, as so far as he's concerned, does not have superpowers and would have died.
Has no clue that he's Spider-Man. No.
Now I realize Otto Octavius has tentacle monster things, robot tentacles which are controlling his brain, and he's not thinking logically.
His brain.
But they want to fix the thing, and they're hyper intelligent robot things. What were they thinking? What was he thinking? What was the plan?
How did you dodge that car, Peter? You're Spider-Man, right? Shit.
I mean, even the fact that MJ wasn't like, how did you do that?
Right? How the fuck did you? Shit. I had this down for like 5 years. Damn it.
I was doing so good. I'm Spider-Man.
Yeah. Oh, I had this.
But
it's still. I mean, these movies still indisputably have the best web swinging. I think. Like the fact that those ending web swing. I mean, a lot of the web swinging he does is fun. Yeah, he doesn't quip nearly enough.
Yes, I do like the swinging itself. But one thing that I think future Spider-Mans does better, which I I appreciate is that they actually have web slingers.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I like when they have the actual web slingers. The fact that it came out of his wrist always raised uncomfortable questions of to the point where they make fun of this in future things, where it's like, does does the web come out of anywhere else?
My thing is just like, so it only, like, there's a scene in the first one where it's like, fly, up, and away, web. So it's like, okay, so the web only shoots out when I hold my fingers in this very ultra specific pose. What if I, like, just close my, like, there are points where it might, and then, yeah,
Yeah, is it based on like the pressure of me pressing down on my palm? Is it the motion of closing it, which is pushing the tendons down, which is
right?
shooting it out?
Because,
Like when you make it a biological thing, I have questions which they will
right,
never answer.
exactly. Like, the mechanics of how web swinging works is based a large part around the mechanics of the device itself. Like yeah, I mean, in other Spider-Man things, he explains like that's how you create web balls, and like that's how you
Yeah,
push it creates the
the
actual
pressure of how we
webs.
press it down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
difference between making actual webs or just the web lines, and yeah. So how does that work when it's just his hand?
Which I mean, to be fair, future things, I think comics and stuff do it where it's like it's a natural thing, and I
Well,
don't know if they explain it in the comics, but
based off of the he for a while in the comics he had organic webs, and that was based off of this movie. They changed it in the comics to match up with the movie. So that's where the
yeah,
storyline
yeah.
comes from. But yeah, they're probably my favorite Spider. Like I think I still maintain objectively Homecoming's the best Spider-Man movie, but these are probably my favorites still.
They hold a place in my heart. Also, yeah, the
First
scene where
one's
Harry
always gonna be my
Osborn is at the
favorite.
mirror, and the fact that they brought back Norman, and they have that whole scene is fun.
Yeah,
Um,
William Defoe is amazing in these movies. He's good in
oh,
every
he's
single one of them.
he's he's giving it his A game,
He is
man.
bringing
Like
his
so
A game.
good. Also, Aunt May reminds me of my grandma.
I could, yeah, yeah. And reminds us of all of our grandmas.
Um, I believe there's a hero in
All
all
of
of
us
us.
makes us strong.
Gives us strong,
Makes
keeps
us.
us noble.
Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the
It,
best Spider-Man game of all time, which is Spider-Man 2, which is not the best Spider-Man game of all time, but it's one of the best Spider-Man games of all time. I played the shit out of that game, and the final boss is a piece of shit.
yeah, he is. He's an impossible to kill bastard.
He just
That
tosses you
being
around like a
said,
fucking rag doll.
that being said, I like the first one as well.
The first one's also fun.
Um, because well, that one's really cool because and part of why I kind of think I there's one aspect of it which makes me think it's better than the second one, even though the second one objectively the swinging and everything is better and the free roam is better. What makes me appreciate the first one so much is the fact that you beat it, you get to the end, and then you get like a new game where you get to play as Green Goblin, and it's not like a skin.
Yeah, tell
Like
you're Harry
no,
Osborn
you're
as Green
you're
Goblin. Yeah.
Harry Osborn as Green Goblin, and it's got like all new dialogue,
Yeah.
and it was just a really cool like new game plus kind of feature, which
That
I
was pretty
really
cool.
appreciated.
Although in the second one, the funny bit, like how Bruce Campbell's so involved in that franchise. It's always funny how he always mentions how like he has the 3 cameos. He names Spider-Man, he defeats Spider-Man, and he teams up with Spider-Man.
Yeah.
But he never mentions how he was the narrator in the video games. But my favorite bit in the second one is how he says, "Oh, if you collect all of the tutorial tokens, it'll say something different." And then
All the other ones will say something
and it's
different.
literally just him going something different, and he's just saying
Something different.
something different,
Something
something
different.
different, and it's just him saying something differently every single time. But yes, very fun. Jordan, do you have any further thoughts about the Sam Raimi first 2 Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies? I think they should make Sam Raimi Spider-Man 4. They should make Sam Raimi Spider-Man 4, and they should bring back old man Peter Parker and have Tobey Maguire be like, "I'm old."
I think that they could do that, and he could be what is essentially in this version, he could essentially be the not in actuality, but just in
But
concept.
don't do Spider-Man Raimi.
the live action version of the one that we get from Miles Morales, where he's a dad now and
That'd be
he's got
fun.
a kid.
But don't
He's
do
got like a
Spider-Man
little
Reign.
baby.
Jordan, do you remember? Do you know what
What?
Spider-Man Reign is?
I just remember you said it was bad.
It's the one where he kills Mary Jane with his radioactive semen.
That's what I said. The one that was
The
bad.
one that's
Anyways,
bad.
final summation of this one, the first one and this one by extension, but more the first one. Um,
What have you done?
as I I would go so far as to say I think that it slash they I kind of treat them as one movie, but I guess the first one, we'll say the first one, should be on like the top 10 list of best superhero movies of all times.
I could see that.
Time.
I could go for that.
I would maybe consider putting the second one somewhere on there, but I definitely think the first one should be.
Is that it for Spider-Man?
That is it for Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 2. So, now we do Daredevil. So it's 2003. I'm 13 years old. I'm still a little affected by my bad experience with Spider-Man. So I'm a little nervous.
You're still a little bitch.
I have a friend whose dad is like, I have a bootleg version of Ben Affleck's Daredevil, which is still in theaters. And I don't want to be like, no, these movies make me uncomfortable. So I'm like, sure, why not? And it was like the first PG-13 movie I had watched in like years. And I like this movie. I understand it's not very good. And I understand that it has its problems.
I get that it's perhaps not very good, but
so I watched today. Well, not today and last night because I fell asleep. But I watched the director's cut for the first time. I had never seen the director's cut. I had only ever seen the theatrical cut, and the director's cut is 30 minutes long. 30 minutes longer than the theatrical cut, and it adds in a bunch of it adds in a subplot involving Coolio, who's been framed for murder, and they've added there's a bunch more swear words, so they say the F word. Like in the theatrical cut, there's a bit where Bullseye's like, get me a bloody costume, whereas in the director's case is, get me a fucking costume. Have you seen the Ben Affleck Daredevil movie?
No.
Are you sure?
No.
I thought you had.
I'm not sure.
I
don't think I have, but I could also believe that I have, and it's just been so long that I don't remember.
It reminds me a lot of the Spider-Man movie in that like it is what is like the best representation of a Daredevil comic on screen, because the people who made it, everyone who made it was in some way involved in making Daredevil comics. So like Kevin Smith apparently did a run on Daredevil, so he randomly shows up in it. He does a cameo.
That's weird.
There's various characters named after various Daredevil artists and writers and stuff. The costume looks like the costume from the comics, and it feels like the comics. And it's good. Like I quite like Ben Affleck as Matt Murdock. He once again, same as with Batman, takes a character that traditionally doesn't kill people and makes him kill people. I'm starting to think Ben Affleck is the problem. It's got Michael Clark Duncan is the Kingpin, and like it's weird because they say he's fat, but he's not fat. He's like muscular. He's so good. He's so good that they brought him back in the animated Spider-Man show, and he played the Kingpin in that as well. And he's just like this unhinged man.
The 3D one, right?
Yeah.
The Neil Patrick Harris one? Yeah.
Yeah, he's just this unhinged man who just snap at any moment and just kill you, which is just the Kingpin. He's physically intimidating. The fight scene between him and Daredevil at the end is just really, really good. I don't know a ton about Daredevil, so like I don't know if this like stretches his character. Colin Farrell as Bullseye is hilarious. He's super good. The only one who's really bad is Jennifer Garner as Elektra. She's terrible. This movie though, it came out 2003 and is easily the most 2003 movie in existence. It has not one, Jordan, I only sent you the one, not one, but two Evanescence songs. Like this was on those songs were on the soundtrack for this movie. So it's got "Bring Me to Life" and "My Immortal."
Wake me up inside.
Which I didn't know that My Immortal. I completely forgot My Immortal was in this movie. But yeah, it's got 2 Evanescence songs. That's how angsty this movie is. But yeah, it's just super super angsty. Yeah, I
it has
think,
all the angst.
I think it probably came out. It's funny because apparently the original version of it was going to be the R-rated version, but it's so tenuously R-rated. Like I can see why they made it PG-13, but I think it maybe, I don't want to say it's ahead of its time, but I think had it come out maybe 2005, 2006, I think maybe more people would have, and they kept it R-rated. I think maybe more people would have been into it. Because I don't think it's that bad. Like I know people like to rag on it, and they like to rag on Ben Affleck, but he took it unbelievably seriously. He apparently read all of the Daredevil comics to like prepare for it. And Kevin Smith,
That's dedication.
who is a writer on Daredevil, recommended him. So yeah, he took it very seriously, and it shows. Yeah, no, it's really good. I really enjoyed it. Totally worth checking out. It's not on anything. I thought for sure it would be on Disney Plus, but it wasn't on anything.
No, a lot of those pre-MCU ones are not on Disney Plus.
Yeah, you would think they were because
like the Sam Raimi ones are not on Disney Plus. I had to go to Crave for those.
Yeah, those were on Crave. I was expecting Daredevil because it was owned by Fox, and all of the Fox Marvel movies are on there. So I was surprised that it wasn't. I was fully expecting it to be, especially considering that.
Apparently not that one.
Yeah, I was especially because you've got the MCU or the Netflix shows are now on Disney Plus, and you've got the new one. Yeah, it just surprised me. That's the Ben Affleck Daredevil,
which is a good segue into the Netflix Daredevil, which full confession on this one. I've got it under have seen because I have at one point seen more of it than I was able to watch this week. I have not seen it all.
No, there's 3 seasons. There's no way.
I just mean in general. I haven't seen it all.
I will accept most of the first season.
But I watched like 11 episodes, I think.
Well, that's most of the first season.
Which is most of the first season. And so, okay, where do I begin with this? When first this came out, I struggled with this show because you kept telling me it was really good, and it was very well received from what I remember. And it didn't do it for me. And I was never able to finish it, which I might do this time. I might.
For fair, I've never finished it. I haven't seen I've never seen the 3rd season.
I'd like to finish it so that I can watch the new version, so that inevitably when he shows up in something else, I'll know who this version is.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
But what I kind of came to realize when I was watching it this time around is I like the characters. I think the story is slow.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think it's very slow.
Like I like the portrayal that Charlie Cox is doing for Matthew Murdock / Daredevil.
Yeah, it's really good.
I like D'Onofrio, I think his name is.
Vincent D'Onofrio.
Yeah, I really like him.
Oh, he's so good as the Kingpin.
But I kind of maintain this. I would much rather. Okay, I know Kingpin is kind of technically a Daredevil villain. I would love to see this version, D'Onofrio's version of Kingpin, with Tom Holland's Spider-Man.
D'Onofrio.
What did I say?
You said D'Onofrio. It's D'Onofrio.
What? Okay, I feel like you're splitting hairs. Anyways, I would love to see that version of him with Tom Holland's Spider-Man.
Yeah, I was learning about him today. Apparently, his like the legality of this character is murky because he is technically, well, now he's not so
Daredevil.
much. Well, he started off as a Spider-Man villain, and they didn't really ever do
Did he?
anything. Yep.
Interesting.
They didn't do anything with him, and then Frank Miller, when he did his run on Daredevil, I think it was Frank Miller, brought him back, and he became a Daredevil villain. But he started off as a Spider-Man villain. So the usage of him has always been kind of odd, because at the time it was like, well, Daredevil is owned by Fox, but Kingpin's technically a Marvel character.
So he should at the time back in the day he would have technically been Sony if he's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I can see where it would get sticky wicket.
Yeah.
But
So now when it comes to using it, it's like they share him because Sony owns Spider-Man, but Marvel technically owns Daredevil. Which is why I'm guessing he can be in it as much as he is allowed to be in it. Like Vincent D'Onofrio was like, I can't show up in the movies for like legal reasons.
I mean, until Marvel until Disney buys everything again.
Right. I would love to see Spider-Man fight this version of Kingpin.
Oh, it would be so much fun.
It would be so much fun.
Like, it would be a blast.
And I think this version of Kingpin does fit his way into the more PG stuff because, I mean, he was in Hawkeye and he worked in that. I mean, he was a little cartoonishly big in that. I think he's bigger than he is in this, but still, he's still good in this. When he smashed that guy's head in the car door, it was awesome.
Now, that being said, I do see what you mean when you say it's totally weird. Like, when they make references to Marvel, like to MCU stuff, it feels weird.
Yeah, well, to be fair, its participation in the MCU, I maintain it is meant to be in the MCU. There's blatant references to the Avengers. The entire plot of that first season is a real estate scam based around the aftermath of
and I absolutely see why you would say that, because there are very much direct references. Like, there's a point where Foggy, I think Matt says something to Foggy, and then Foggy says, or it might have been the girl secretary says something. Anyways, he's like, I might have wings on my head, but that doesn't make me Captain America. Yeah, so, like, there's a point where they literally name drop characters. So yes, it very much feels like it's supposed to be in the MCU, but tonally it feels weird.
Right. They reference like the big green guy. I think the Kingpin, he's buying real estate on the cheap that's been made cheap by the destruction of the Battle for New York. But it's kept vague enough so that if they end up having to pivot away from the MCU, they also can. It's for legal reasons. It's legally dubious. So it can if they inevitably, which is what they ended up doing. They ended up being like, oh no, it was in the MCU. Or they could have not have, depending on how it went. But yes, it makes it weird. Because, you're like in one part of the universe...
It's not even the violence necessarily that makes it weird in this one. It's the fact that this one is connected to Jessica Jones, where there's the Purple Man. That's like the sexual... It's the sexual stuff.
Yeah.
That makes it weird.
Yeah, where you're like, it's just... The tone of the universe feels off. And you're like, well, that's what real life is like. Yeah, but it's not real life. That's always my point. Is like... Yeah, sure. It's not real life, though. So your fictional universe should have at least some level of
consistency.
But you also can, and we were going to talk about this later, make things darker while keeping your tone the same. And I think that's what the newer Daredevil kind of does, whereas that show gets to be a little more violent, but it's not quite as violent as this, I think. I think that's why they kept it vague as well.
To be fair, though, part of... He's year one Daredevil, essentially, so he's like early days there. He's not even where I'm at. He's not even Daredevil, technically.
Also, I answered my own question.
He's the hooded vigilante. So, like, to me, it's kind of the equivalent in terms of, not in terms of tone necessarily, but just in terms of the character. It's kind of the equivalent of, like, on Arrow. Like, in the first bit, he does worse things, and then he reins in, and he kind of falls and becomes the actual hero that we know. Damn. So, like, the reason why... Let me finish real quick. The reason why the new one, why I think they can kind of just jump straight to that, is because
Yeah.
he's already Daredevil. They don't
Yeah,
have to do any
pretty
of the
much.
build up to it.
Pretty much. But the thing that I realized when I was watching the movie, because with this show, the thing that always drove me crazy, why isn't Spider-Man there? Why isn't Spider-Man there? And I realized that's because Daredevil only looks after Hell's Kitchen. That's his bit.
Yeah, no. In terms of this show, it's funny. Like Thunderbolts, I said that because that was a big enough threat that it would attract everyone's attention.
Yeah.
This, no, yeah. In the comics, it is very much known. Daredevil does Hell's Kitchen, and Spider-Man and him. I mean, they wouldn't know each other here, but
Yeah.
Spider-Man and him historically have a this is my territory.
Pretty
Fuck
much.
off
Yeah, Spider-Man does like
mentality.
Manhattan, all that area. Daredevil just does, and Spider-Man only goes into Daredevil's area if he needs to. But
If he
yeah,
gets asked to,
yeah.
basically.
Oh yeah, he only takes care of this one very small section of the city, and it's a big city. That makes sense. Yeah, I like this show. I will say I do agree. I think it's like 1 or 2 episodes too long, but and I always maintain an hour per episode's too long. But at least this show remains consistent with its episode length. Like they're all an hour.
That's kind of my biggest detractor for this show is an hour is too long. 40 minutes would be
40
good.
minutes is like the ideal time. Right, is that it?
But being that I only watched like 10 episodes, I can't really go into things that happen later.
No,
so
second season's also really good. I think the second season's better personally, but that's because I really like Punisher.
That's my have scenes.
I have not seen the third season because after Defenders, I stopped watching this. I recently discovered there was a second season of Iron Fist, and it made me go, there was and of Luke Cage that I had no idea existed.
No, I did not know that.
We'll have to find more reasons to come back to Marvel Television so I can rewatch Iron Fist and talk about how much I hate that show.
Well, I mean, there's at least like 3 other Marvel animes that exist. So,
have not seen. So okay. I guess I get to go first. Which one should we do first? Let's do Agatha. Okay, so my first have not seen. It was a show called Agatha All Along. It was Agatha All Along. And the thing with Agatha All Along, it was the first thing I did off the back of struggling through Andor. And like, my big thing with Andor was I was like, I don't care about this character. I don't give a shit about this character. This show is not making me care about this character. And part of the reason why I never watched Agatha All Along is because I didn't give a shit about that character. I was like, I don't care. I don't care about this character. I'm not interested in her backstory. I have no interest in like getting any more out of this. No interest. But my friends kept being like, you should watch this show. It's really good. And I kept being like, okay, I'll watch it because you said to. But I don't really... I'll find an excuse to watch it for this show. Here we are. And it made me realize that the strength of the MCU... These are the only 2 MCU things I'm doing. But the strength of the MCU, it's at its best when it's taking characters you don't care about and making you care about them. So like when Iron Man came out, nobody cared about Iron Man. Nobody cared about Thor. Nobody cared about the Hulk. And the MCU made us care. And this show is really good at making you care. Because Jordan... The show's actually pretty good. It's funny. It's clever. There's some really good twists, which I won't. If you don't know them, I won't give them away. It does do that thing where it pretends that obvious twists are more clever than they are. Wait, unless you do know the big twists of of Agatha All Along.
I know like nothing about the show.
Okay, I guess maybe I will give away some of it. Basically, it takes place after WandaVision, where Agatha is now trapped in... Yeah, I do have to tell you that I do have to give it away, because in order to say why it's good, I have to give it away. The non-spoiler version is, it's really good. Catherine Hahn is really good. She's having fun. She's not just, like, sassy. She has emotional moments. The rest of the supporting cast is good. It's got the mom from that 70s show. She's phenomenal. Like I say, there's a couple of really good twists. It's worth checking out. It's only 9 episodes long. It's really quite good. It does do that thing where it gets to the last episode where you're like, how is there one more episode? I don't understand. But the very basic plot of it is Agatha Harkness, out the back of WandaVision, is trapped inside a spell of Wanda where she thinks... Basically, she's been trapped in the spell where she's been trapped in being like an everyday neighbor. But for whatever reason, the spell has kicked into overdrive, and she now thinks she's in a detective show. Like a detective drama, like a procedural Law and Order style show, where she's investigating the murder of some woman. And it's really fun, because it does a fake opening credits, where like all of the people in the town are like actors in this fake show that she's trapped in. And so a mysterious teen shows up, as well as Aubrey Plaza shows up, attempting to break her out of the spell. It turns out the teen breaks her out, and he asks, they call him Teen, he asks Agatha, to help him locate the Witch's Road, which is a series of trials to get power, basically, based around this ballad called the Witch's Ballad, that they sing over and over again. You better love this song, because there's like 3 or 4 reprises of it, and it comes back a ton. Like in the first episode, that fake theme song that they play is just a country version of this song. Like there's a version of it where they sing it together as like a 3 or 4 just by themselves, and then there's another version where it's a full band version, and then it turns out later on that anyway, so they go through these trials one at a time. Go through these trials. Various characters die off or get killed or whatever. And the big twist is that the teen is actually Wiccan, the superhero character Wiccan, who is Wanda's kid. I can't remember which one.
I thought Wanda has 2 sons.
Yeah, he's one of the sons. And it turns out that when she destroyed the puzzle, his soul went into the body of a guy I can't remember what the character's name is, some Jewish guy, went to his body as he died on the night of his bar mitzvah because of the hex. And so now his soul is in the body of this kid, and he's trying to find the brother, basically. And the Witch's Road, the trials. The
brother who doesn't exist in this universe.
Yeah. So
don't they not exist in this universe? That was why Wanda went crazy.
Right, because he was Wanda's kid. His soul was so powerful. The soul was so powerful that it went into the body of some random kid, basically. So
even though he didn't exist.
Yeah, because Wanda, she made him exist, basically, with her magic. And so now he wants to take the soul of the brother and put him into someone else. And so they go through these trials, whatever. They various ones of them all get killed off, what have you. And it gets to the end. It turns out that he's Wanda's kid, and that the Witch's Road is fake. That basically it was a fake con that Agatha would say to other witches, trick them into basically attacking her so she could steal their magic and kill them.
Got it.
And that all of the trials that they went on.
So what you're trying to say is that in the end, it really was Agatha all along.
Yeah. And so it turns out that, these trials that they've been on were all created by him because he's Wanda's kid. He's super, super powerful magician guy. He's the one who did, and the bad guy, the entire time, Aubrey Plaza is there as this random witch, and it turns out, another twist, she's Death. And she kills Agatha in the end. And so the show ends with he is now Wiccan superhero, and she is his ghost companion.
It's an interesting turn.
And so the second to last episode, she dies, and Death leaves and is like, fuck off and leave me alone. And he's like, all right, and he goes home, and that's when you do the big twist. Oh, I did the Witch's Road. And I'm like, wait, how is there one more episode? I don't understand. How is there one more episode? And so then the last episode is her backstory, where you find out that she has a relationship with Death, and Death, she's about to give birth a stillborn baby, like she's about to have a miscarriage, and Death has come for her.
It feels to me that should have been like maybe the first episode or the second episode.
Because the whole show, there's kind of a mystery about what happened with her son. And it turns out, that her son was a sick kid, and was supposed to die. But because she has a relationship with Death, Death let him live an extra few years. And was like, I will come back for him, but I can't tell you when. And then, so the episode is basically about his early, childhood when he's a kid. He dies, and why she hates Death, and why she essentially is the way she is. And it's really good. It's Catherine Hahn's performance is legitimately touching and heartbreaking, and she does a really good job of I want to see more of this character. I want to see this character come back. This show's really good, really funny, really engaging, mysterious. It's not overly long. It's 9 episodes long. Each episode's I think I said to you, this show is a refreshing change of pace, because every episode's 40 minutes long as opposed to Andor. Every episode was an hour long. The one negative thing about, and again, maybe if I was watching it weekly, I'd have more of an issue with it, but it does do that annoying, you know how the Marvel Disney Plus shows do that annoying thing where one random episode is randomly 30 minutes long for some reason?
Yeah.
It does that. So every episode's 45 minutes to 50 minutes-ish long, and then randomly one episode's 30 minutes long. For me, as a guy trying to get through it...
Feels like it would have... I was going to say, that feels like it would have been refreshing.
Yeah, well, I mean, it made getting through the show easy, but it was annoying. And so,
especially because, it says 40 minutes, but really, with the 5-minute opening credits and ending credits, it's really more like 34 minutes.
Yeah, it ends up being about 40, which I'm fine with. I think it's the perfect length, but it just makes the show feel wobbly and inconsistent. But yeah, there's a really funny one of the witches in her coven is played by Patti LuPone, who's clearly only conditioned. Her main condition for being in this is that she gets an episode dedicated to her. So there's an entire episode randomly dedicated to Patti LuPone's character. So if you're a fan of Patti LuPone, you'll love it. But it's just really weird, and the pacing of it is odd. It's a good episode, and she's iconic, and it's legit good, but it feels weird. But no, it's a good show, and it made me go at its core, the MCU does a good job. Contrast to Andor, this show did a really good job about making me give a shit, right?
About these tertiary characters.
Right. So, and I was okay, so maybe Marvel is just better at this. So, before I let you do your ones, now I've punted Echo. Now I have to tell you about Echo. Echo is really bad. Echo.
How bad is it?
I'm burying the lead. Echo, for those of you who don't know, Jordan, you remember what Echo is?
A show about that chick who was in Thunderbolts?
No, she wasn't in Thunderbolts. Echo...
Isn't Echo the one that... I think I asked this before. Isn't Echo the one that does the teleporty stuff?
No.
Or is she the one from... Is she the one from Ant-Man?
No. Echo is the one from Hawkeye. She's the deaf girl from Hawkeye.
Oh, yeah, that's why I don't remember or care.
Yeah, she's the spin. And so this show doesn't do a good job of making you care, at least in my opinion. Did not do a good job making me care about Maya. Now, I'm going to compliment sandwich this show. Compliment sandwich. It's really cool to see representation. Anytime I get to see representation, that's cool. So a big part of this movie. It is a movie. The big part of this show is it's about a Native American girl. And it's about her Native American ancestors and her Native American heritage. That's always cool to see that represented in media. She is also deaf. And it's really cool to see.
She's deaf? She walks around with a scythe?
No, she's deaf. As in she can't hear.
I see.
Yeah, she's deaf. And it's always really cool to see that level of representation there. That's really cool. I'm sure little deaf girls love this character. I don't know how they would. It's in an R-rated show, but that's neither here nor there. Vincent D'Onofrio is back. He's back as Kingpin, and he is phenomenal. He is good every time. Daredevil shows up for one scene. He is also good. It is really cool. Like, it's one of those times where you're like, wait, why doesn't like Daredevil or Spider-Man show up if this is in his neighborhood? And then he does. And it's in a really, really fun action sequence. That's a really fun fight sequence. That's really fun. I think that's all the nice things I have left to say. So this episode initially this series was initially 10 episodes long. And it got cut down to 5. I thought it was 6. I got to the end of the 5th episode and there were no more episodes. And I was like, wait, that's the ending? That's the ending? What?
So what you're saying is it doesn't end, it just stops.
It just kind of stops, yeah. There's no real... Until, like, the last episode, there really isn't much of a conflict. It's basically... It's very strange, because it both simultaneously... It does not have enough confidence that you know who this character is or gives a shit. Like, because it wants to be a sequel to Hawkeye. Or it wants this to take place after Hawkeye.
Right,
It wants you to be... To want to know what happened to her post Hawkeye. But Hawkeye didn't do a good enough job setting her up or making you care about her. So the show is acutely aware that you don't know who she is. So the entire first episode is this really long backstory for her. But it doesn't, because the show's only 5 episodes long, it doesn't have enough time to go deep enough into her backstory so you care. So the backbone of this show is the relationship between her and the Kingpin, because she's supposed Kingpin is her uncle. Like she has a familial relationship with the Kingpin, but it skips from her being a kid to she's now working for the Kingpin. Or there's a couple of flashbacks where you see them together, but there's not enough time devoted to their relationship for you to really care when it gets to the end where she betrays him and he's hurt by that. Like, his performance and his reaction to it is believable, but the story has not set it up in a way that works.
I have a hard time even picturing this character, which kind of just speaks to how forgettable she was. Like, to the point where even within the frame of as you were describing it, until you said Hawkeye again, I was like, wait, where is she from again?
Right. That's kind
how
of a
forgettable
problem.
she is.
And like, it also like, and this is a fully a me thing. And I'm sure someone's going to say this is ableist, but a large portion of it is in sign language. And it's just the emotion. Some of it carries, I will say. There was some of the later episodes that did carry a bit. Like, there was a moment where she actually had a genuine... And maybe it's the actress. She is playing this character very stoically and seriously. So she has no emotion or like... There's a couple of moments where she kind of has she laughs a little bit. She kind of becomes a bit more human. But she's just kind of a flat character that's not really doing anything, and the show doesn't have enough time to really get into her and allow her to be a character. It also wants to give her superpowers that it doesn't really explain. So like, she can like, she's got superpowers in the comics. I think she's got like Taskmaster style. She can like imitate people's fighting style superpowers, I think is what her powers are.
I mean, her name is Echo, so I suppose that would make sense.
But she's like a major Daredevil character. Like, I think she's like Daredevil love interest at one point in the comics. But they give her these weird shaman powers where she can access the abilities and memories of all of her ancestors, who you see like also see all of their backstories. Like, all of the episodes start with each of these ancestors' backstories. So like, one of them is like, she's in the Revolutionary War. One of them is like, she's playing this weird game, and every ancestor teaches them a lesson. And so in the final episode, it all kind of builds to, it seems like she wants to take over Kingpin's empire, and then eventually Kingpin, who you thought was dead at the end of Daredevil, or at the end of Hawkeye, who he obviously wasn't, he shows up, and he's trying to get like her back, to come back with her. And he puts in these eye implants that makes it so whenever he speaks, she sees like AAR sign language that signs for him, and whenever she signs, he hears a voice that translates it. And he's like, "Oh, I loved you. I loved you. I thought of you like a daughter." And she's like, "You didn't even think enough of me to bother to learn actual sign language. You made technology so you wouldn't have to learn sign language." And then it's
which if you've seen the Daredevil show is especially egregious because the man learned Mandarin, couldn't be bothered to learn sign language.
Right. And so yeah, the final episode, he shows up, and you're expecting like a big confrontation, and there really isn't one. She activates her powers, and then she gives powers to both her grandma and sister. So then her sister and grandma now have powers inexplicably and for some unexplained reason. And then she like uses her powers to go into Kingpin's mind and make him like relive the memory of his dad beating up his mom. And she's like, "Stop being angry. Let go of the rage. Let go of the rage." And then it cuts back and they're all standing around them. And he's like, "What did you do?" And then the show ends. It ends. They're all like hugging each other and are like, "Wow, wasn't that some adventure?" "Yeah, that sure was some adventure." And Kingpin's just gone. There's no scene of him being like, "Ooh, I'm defeated now." And then the next scene is him on his plane, watching this news coverage, being like, "There's no candidates for mayor in New York," which is leading to he's mayor in the new Daredevil show.
Got it.
And it's like the big thing with this show was this was the first time it's rated TV MA. And this is the first time that the MCU is R-rated, and it was the first time they were allowed to be bloody and violent, and it's not really that violent. Some of the action sequences are a little violent. I don't think they say any curse words. Like, I don't think there's any F-bombs. Most of it is just characters standing around talking. And it's like, yeah, frustratingly, a lot of the dialogue is, again, done in sign language. But, like, they don't... It's a show. You could speak when you're doing the sign language. You could speak at a regular... They whisper. Because when people sign, they don't need to speak because they can't hear. But it makes the dialogue feel clunky. And again, that it could be me. It could absolutely be me. Maybe if this was 10 episodes long, this would be better. But in contrast to Agatha All Along, which did a really good job of making me care about Agatha and her world and what was going on in her part of the universe. And, like, the MCU has done a very good job of establishing the fact that magic exists and it all works in a way that makes sense and is functional and it's fun to watch. Echo is a slog. Like, it was so... The pacing is both agonizingly slow and really fast. And I was like... when I was watching it, I came out here and I was like, I had one more episode left. I said to you, and I went back to my room, and I was like, wait, no, this was the last episode. That's never a good sign. That's not very, like, I mean, to be fair, that's kind of the problem with all of those Marvel Disney Plus shows is there's not enough episodes. It's either too long to be a satisfying, or to be a good movie. This thing feels like it was a movie that was, same thing with Agatha All Along. Agatha All Along feels like it was a movie that was stretched out into a show, but it's not in a way that's bad, in a way that works. Like like I never watched that show. That show is the perfect amount of episodes. Like, it doesn't need to be any longer. This needed to be longer, or it needed to be a shorter movie. Like, it felt like at one point it was a movie and they turned it into a show.
Like it was a movie, but then they realized that it was a character that nobody would care about.
Right, and then the thing with this one, I think it's that fifth episode is only 35 minutes long. The rest of the episodes are an hour long, and that one just out of nowhere is only 35 minutes long. Yeah, it's just not very good. It just wasn't. And it was disappointing because I was happy with how wrong I was with Agatha All Along. Like, you would like Agatha All Along. You would totally dig it. I would totally recommend you watch it.
Yeah, that one I could see myself watching.
Yeah, you like Catherine Hahn. She's very funny. She's very good. You also get to see her butt. She's the first naked woman in the MCU. You get to see her butt.
Didn't you see someone in Eternals?
I cannot confirm. But yeah,
I just
Echo,
remember that being a thing.
bad Echo. Oh no, Eternals is the first sex scene, first love scene, I think, in the MCU.
Got it.
But yeah, bad. That's it. That's my Marvel MCU television. That's my MCU. That's my MCU stuff this week.
So, if that's all you have to say about that, then I think it's time that we talk about some have-not scenes.
We did talk about Venom 3. We saw that in theaters, didn't we?
Yes, I believe so.
Sorry, because sorry. There's a reason I said that. Sorry. Flash, go on.
So in 2010, Marvel allowed Madhouse to make a series of anime shows, each consisting of 12 episodes. There's 4 of them. It's an anthology collection.
Yes,
And
I've seen some of the Wolverine one.
They depict Iron Man, Wolverine, Blade, and then members of X-Men. And
yes. They all involve the characters going to Japan for some reason.
Wolverine is the only one who shows up, or he's in all of them. Like, he shows up in all of them.
I think the Blade one is not connected, if I'm not mistaken.
According to this, they all are.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
And Wolverine shows up in them all. Some of them take place before the Wolverine show, and some of them take place after.
Gotcha.
But Wolverine is the connecting thread.
The X-Men one, I think, takes place after. I think, I'm pretty sure.
I
think.
I just know that it says that he's Wolverine is a guest star in Iron Man and Blade.
Yeah, I didn't know he was in the Iron Man one. That's funny. I didn't know.
And so yeah, it's fun. I mean, I appreciate that it's not like it is still like Iron Man, like he's still American Iron Man.
Yeah.
Like it's not like they did like a universe where it's like he is from Japan and he's Japanese. Like no, it's still like largely all the same. But idea of this is he's looking to retire being Iron Man. So he's made a new suit. He's in Japan installing an arc reactor there, and they're testing the suit and stuff. And then this terrorist organization takes control of the other suit. They're called the Zodiacs, and each episode is him fighting. And basically, the Zodiacs are like a human mechanical like thing. So each episode is him fighting against one of the robots, which is based on the Zodiac. So one of them like Sagittarius and
Gemini
and
Taurus,
all of those.
And the rest.
The Iron Man suit that he makes is stolen by a guy who is like working with the Zodiacs, who we end up finding out.
Big twist.
You remember from Iron Man 1, Yinsen?
Oh yeah.
Ho Yinsen? He is alive, and he is the guy who's in the other Iron Man suit.
He's a bad guy in this?
He's a bad guy.
Oh snap!
He's working with the Zodiacs, and it's a fun little thing. It definitely
it's a romp, Jordan.
It definitely kind of makes me want to go and watch the other ones.
Yeah, I've heard the Wolverine one is good.
They're only 12 episodes each, but it was funny. It's fun because and they're on this week was a real who's who of Critical Role people. Because in this
all
one,
do Marvel.
Laura Bailey and Travis are both in this one, and
is Travis Willingham Thor?
Travis Willingham, Thor's not in this.
Oh, he's Thor. That's where I knew him first.
He's Captain Nagato Sakurai / Ramon Zero. And that's the other thing is in this one, which is kind of an interesting twist. the Japanese individuals in this one. One of them, and I believe he's like the captain of the police or whatever, Captain Nagato Sakurai, which is the Travis Willingham character. He has an Iron Man suit, but it's like a samurai Iron Man suit.
Yeah, it's why whenever anyone's giving like Ironheart grief, I'm just like, there's like a bajillion versions of Iron Man in the comics. Like he's not a like guy who wears robot suit is not exclusive to Tony Stark.
Well, it's always kind of funny though when I'm watching these Marvel things. It's really funny how even if it's not directly an MCU project, you can feel in some of these. You can feel the not influence, but inspiration, I guess is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. I think this was what year did this come out?
2010.
Oh yeah, MCU's in full swing.
So like arc reactor, right? Pepper. Happy's not in it, but he's got
the arc reactor and the pepper. That is a comic book thing.
He's got the arc reactor in his chest. No, for many years it was not a thing. The arc reactor being in his chest. That's one of the newer things. I don't know if the MCU like specifically created it, but
interesting.
Like the original like old school Iron Man. No, the light in the center of his thing wasn't like on Tony. It was only on the suit, and it was just his unibeam. Like in I looked it up because I was curious. In some of the earliest versions of Iron Man, the suit is literally battery powered.
Huh. Interesting.
So that's I can't speak to whether or not it was the MCU which brought that in, but it was not always a thing. But no, this was a lot of fun. Tony has there's a reporter who keeps following him around. Tony's a big old flirt. He's got his secretary who he's a big old flirt towards. It's a lot of fun, and I enjoyed it. Also, it's the same voice of Tony as it is in like the Phineas and Ferb and like all the Marvel, like all the Disney ones.
That's the other thing that helps with some of this animated stuff is having consistent voice acting. Whatever reason, it makes your brain. Yeah, it helps your brain accept that version of the character easier.
Which made my next one a little bit funnier because that was a different Tony Stark. But this one was the one I knew. But it was a lot of fun, and I probably, if we ever yet again do Marvel that was not MCU, I will definitely dip my toe in some of the other ones.
Tip a toe. Yeah, we definitely will come back to this topic because there's more of the Lou Ferrigno Hulk. I'd like to maybe watch some of the show next time. But yeah, my final movie of the not my final movie of the week because we still gotta talk about Thunderbolts. My final main whatever. The reason why I asked if we had watched Venom 3, I'm pretty sure we did. We watched that movie in theaters, right?
Oh, we definitely watched Venom 3.
Yeah.
It's more just the question of did we talk about it on here? We absolutely watched Venom 3 because I remember us walking away from that being like it was good, but like Venom's not dead. Like they and just
the reason why I ask is because I was like, I had one more Spum movie because I was like, oh, I could have talked about Venom 3 for the show, but I was like, pretty sure we already did. But anyway,
I don't remember. I don't remember if we talked about it for the show, but we definitely watched it.
I'm pretty sure we have a video.
We did. I feel like we did talk about it.
Pretty sure I turned it into a video, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is the final Spum. It's the final Spum, Jordan. The final Spum. Kraven the Hunter. Final Spum. Kraven the Hunter. Not reacting.
I will not react to that piece of movie.
Let's do it again, Jordan. It's the final Spum. Kraven the Hunter.
He's a real Kraven.
Right. Give me like a hey.
Oh yeah!
There we go.
I'm so excited.
There we go. Hey, you have yet to complete the Spum.
Actually, and as an aside, we definitely We've definitely, or maybe that's not the third one, but I just typed in spur of the moment Venom. And one of the first one that comes up is Tom Hardy's shocking condition for Venom's comeback.
Oh, that's a short. I'm pretty sure. I did a separate short form video of our review of Venom. I'm pretty sure we did a review for it. Anyway, Spum, the final Spum. Yeah, you still have 2 more Spum, Jordan. You have yet to complete the Spum.
It's Morbin time. Yeah, that's what I could have watched for this. I didn't even think of that.
I know, neither did I. I was like, oh, I should have. I should have.
That's the joke. As an aside, that's the funny thing. As I was doing this, is I thought of other things as I was already committed to doing way too many television shows.
I know. Yeah, I know. I thought it when I was watching Craven. I was like, oh, I should have rewatched Morphe or
just
Morbius.
Entirely too many television shows.
The first time I watched Morbius was on the plane, and I could barely hear it, and I retained literally none of it. So I know I've seen it. I just don't remember any of it, other than like Matt Smith is in it, and he's the bad guy. That's all I remember. Anyway, Kraven the Hunter. That was a very long intro for Kraven the Hunter. Where do we begin with Kraven the Hunter? I guess.
Did you like it?
I did like it. Surprisingly, I don't think it's the worst one of these Spum movies. That's probably still Madam Web. Madam Web, I think, is the worst one. Just now that they're all out, now that I've seen them all, Madam Web's the worst one. That one was boring. There was no... Okay. This one, at the very least, okay. What don't you know about this movie? How much do I have to explain?
Oh, I mean, I know the Rhino shows up at one point.
He does.
I know what I saw.
Pretty funny.
I know what I saw in the trailer. There's no Spider-Man, and I don't think
Kraven, basically Kraven the Hunter.
I didn't really
stars Aaron Taylor Johnson. I think is the guy who plays Kick-Ass. He's Kraven, and his dad is played by Russell Crowe, who is a Russian mobster, and he's got a brother. And Kraven is the hunter. He hunts bad guys. So his thing is he goes around the world and he kills bad guys, gangsters, hunters, whatever. He hunts poachers, and he has superpowers. And he breaks into a prison and he kills this gangster. And you're like, how did he do that? And then it turns out that when he was a kid, his mom died in an insane asylum, and his dad, again played by Russell Crowe, who's having kind of a great time in this movie, takes him hunting, and for a big super lion, and the super lion kills Kraven as a kid, kills him, and a little girl named Calypso.
Can I just stop you right there? What you're describing is not Kraven the Hunter, and I need you to get the fuck out right now.
This little girl named Calypso gives him a magic potion, and that combined with lion blood, because it shows like the lion blood like dripping into his blood, but also she gives him a magic potion, and then a bunch of various African chants happen, and a bunch of various African symbols appear, and then he quite suddenly has superpowers. So he's kind of Lion Man, because he has the proportional strength of a lion, the speed of a lion, the agility of a lion. So he has super strength, super speed. I don't know if he's super durable, because he's so fast he never gets shot. He tracks down the girl who saved him, who's being attacked by this gangster called the Rhino, who he has a condition where he'll turn into a Rhino Man if he takes off his backpack. He's got a backpack, and if he takes off the backpack, he turns into a Rhino Man, because he was turned into a Rhino Man by Dr. Miles Warren.
I need you to know that with every word you speak, you're hurting my soul.
Well, to be fair, Miles Warren he's a Superman. He's a Spider-Man villain.
No, yeah, that's great. What you've described is not Kraven the Hunter. That's definitely not the Rhino. This sounds bad. You're making me angry.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
So okay. Here's the thing, right? No, it's not really Craven. I mean, the dad is the closest to actual Craven you get, and what's even funnier is he doesn't even have a Russian accent. There's points where he speaks Russian, but he has like this down south Texan accent. Him and the brother have this like Texan accent. It's super fucking weird. But that all having and also the brother is also the chameleon. So there's a sort of a subplot throughout the movie where the brother owns a club where he plays piano, where he imitates other singers. So he like at one point he's playing Tony Bennett music, and the dad's like, he knows I love it when he's Tony Bennett. And so then at the end you find out that the brother's the chameleon, and there's a very long story, very short. They end up the rhino goes after Craven because Craven is slowly killing off associates of the dad, who's this gangster. And the dad is this bad guy who wants Craven to take over his empire. So Craven leaves when he's a kid. And the big twist of the movie is that the rhino was only going after Craven, only figured out who Craven is because Craven is not his, like, he's like, who are you? He's like, you call me Craven or the Hunter. So Craven is his superhero name. And you find out that the only reason...
Craven the Hunter is not a superhero.
I mean, he is in this, but you find out that Craven the Hunter, that the dad, or that the rhino found out who Craven the Hunter is because the dad turned him on. He gave him the footage. He so that the rhino would go after him, and that the Craven would kill the rhino because the dad was afraid that the rhino would inevitably come after him. So in order to prevent the rhino from coming after him, he turned the rhino onto Craven. And so then it ends with Craven confronts the dad and is like, oh yeah, I know that you set me up. And he's like, you never know what'll get you in the woods. And he goes to leave, and the dad, he's in the middle of hunting something, and then a bear kills him because Craven takes his bullets. And so then it cuts to a year later, and he runs into the brother again, and the brother's like, oh, I'm going to take over Dad's empire and be a bad guy, even though he's shown no inclination to being a bad guy the entire movie. He's been a good guy the whole movie. He's just out of the blue. He's like, yeah, I'm going to be a bad guy. And he's like, oh yeah, I talked to this doctor in New York. You know, he's a little radical, but he has some good ideas. And he walks away, and his face shifts, and he's chameleon. Like he looks like chameleon, like from the comics, like comic accurate chameleon, just randomly. And to be fair, in the comic books, Chameleon is the brother of Craven. That is the thing from the comics.
Yeah, that's absolutely a thing.
They are half brother. Like Chameleon is his half brother, just like in this movie.
I mean, you know, it can have as many wink and nod moments as you want. It's irrelevant when there's no Spider-Man.
Well, that's what makes this movie frustrating. Ultimately, he's
not Craven the Hunter.
Well, I don't have an issue with doing Craven the Hunter differently. Like with Venom, we always said that, hey, if you want to make this a universe where Venom is a good guy, not a bad guy, sure, you can do that. And I don't have an issue. Like what's interesting about this is you could slot Spider-Man in. You could have Aaron Taylor Johnson team up with Spider-Man and fight. But he's very specifically a good... I mean, he's not a good guy. He murders a lot of people in this movie. But like,
here's my response.
You could
to
put
that
them together.
Is it works with Venom because Venom has a history of the lethal protector.
Sure.
So he has a history of being like an anti-hero. Craven the Hunter, at least as I know him, is in no way a hero. He's not a hero.
Not that, yeah. To be fair, he's not a hero in this movie. I do sort of feel like I've sort of misrepresented. I've left out a very integral part of this movie, which is that it's graphically violent. It is one of the most graphically violent movies. At one point, he has a bear trap on a chain, and he swings it at a guy and takes a chunk out of his face. Like, it's fucking awesome. The action sequences are great. Like, if you are the kind of, like, you're like me, I know you're like me, like ninja assassin kind of like cartoonish over the top violence. It's really fun. It's really fun.
That does make it a little more palatable, and makes it sound a little more appealing.
Like,
but ultimately, and hold on. Ultimately, and there's a reason why the Spum died. Ultimately, these Spider-Man-less Spider-Man villain movies don't work without Spider-Man.
No,
clearly.
What I'm saying is
because it killed the
for sure.
whole thing.
What I'm saying though is this version of this character, you could team him up with Spider-Man. That's what made this movie frustrating for me. I'm like, yeah, absolutely, you could do a movie where this version of Kraven the Hunter, because to be fair, he kills people indiscriminately, and he's basically more akin to the Punisher, basically, except for he kills hunters. He kills poachers. And that's cool.
See, that's
and you
where
could do
I say
it. And you could do a movie where you could
that
absolutely
makes him very different from the comic book one, because in the comic book one, he wouldn't be killing the hunters; he'd be training them to be better hunters.
Right. I mean, to be fair, in Kraven's Last Hunt, they have done it where he becomes a vigilante who kills criminals. They have done that. It's not out of the realm of Kraven the Hunter to be a vigilante. It is a thing he's done, and they could absolutely do a variation of Kraven's Last Hunt with this version. Not that he's dying and he's crazy part of it. Hold on, let me finish. Not the part that he's crazy and he's dying part of it, but if you do it where you could do a movie where this version of Kraven thinks that Spider-Man's a bad guy, he's been tricked into thinking he's a bad guy, and he's now hunting Spider-Man, you could do it and it would work. Like, yeah, this movie ends with the chameleon like taking over the dad's criminal empire, so he's effectively a crime boss. You could have it where the chameleon is the bad guy and he's framed Spider-Man, and Kraven the Hunter shows up, and yeah, those guys are now fighting Spider-Man. Like, these versions of these characters totally could team up with Spider-Man. That's what makes this movie frustrating. Like, I don't know that it would work because this character is R-rated, but he's a very fun character, and I think it's a fun movie, and it's definitely the least bad of these Spum movies. Sorry, you had a point.
That's fair. I've lost the point now.
Spider-Man, missing Spider-Man.
Yeah, I just, for me, it's
a sliding scale of crap.
Spider-Man, and this is, well, it was the same. It's still the same issue I have with Venom. I like the Tom Hardy Venom movies, like, in spite of them not having Spider-Man.
I like those movies because they're bad. That's the same thing with this. This is a bad movie, Jordan. Don't get me wrong, but I like it because it's fun.
But it just as much suffers, like this would suffer, like Morbius suffers, like any of the ones that don't have Spider-Man, it suffers from not having him. Especially when you find out that they absolutely could.
This one, I will push back a little bit.
That they actively, I just mean that the company, that Sony actively chose not to have him in it.
I don't think this needed Spider-Man. Unlike Venom,
that to me makes it a worse movie on its face, because they could have had Spider-Man.
I don't disagree, but this is an instance where this movie doesn't need Spider-Man. This movie would not be made better with the inclusion of Spider-Man. I think this movie can exist. I don't think it necessarily. I think this movie can exist on its own. I think it can exist on its own, but it needed to lead to Spider-Man.
That's more what I'm thinking in regards. Like,
if Spider-Man showed up in a post-credit scene, that would have been acceptable.
Or like at the end, or like at the end, there's a post-credit scene where Kraven is reading a newspaper article about a man spider that's been spotted in New York or something, or like some paper where he reads about a Spider-Man, and he's like, "What's up with that? I have to go check that out."
Yeah.
And it's like that leads to the next one.
The Daily Bugle is in these movies, so like Spider-Man exists. Like you might, like,
Yeah.
why? Like you have these movies. Why are you not doing a better job connecting them? Like that's the thing with these
And,
Spawn
like,
movies is they're just not connected. Why?
And
Why
and,
are they
and,
not
and and I
connected?
felt the same way. I felt the same way about the Venom one too, the first Venom one too, where it's like you didn't need to have Spider-Man in that. Not
No.
really. Looking at what it, like at what they did with it now retroactively, like all you needed to do was have a line where he talks about an incident he had with Spider-Man in New York, and he left because they kept butting heads.
Well, it did. That
Like
was the thing.
you have I know they have an indirect reference, but I'm saying if they had a direct reference,
Yeah, for
like
sure.
he still has the symbol on his chest, he's still Venom,
Yeah.
and he just has a line
All
where
right.
he's like, and you lean into the lethal protector thing where he's like, I left New York because of it.
Yeah. Well, I think this is this fundamentally it's I had a decent time with this again because it was cartoonishly and graphically violent. Probably I'm the kind of person where I just like cartoonish graphic violence. It made it a lot easier to sit through. It's the least boring. It's better than Madam Web, which I know is a low bar, but I think Madam Web is probably the worst one. Like it's either I have to rewatch Morbius. I have to rewatch Morbius. Like we're gonna have to come back. Maybe when we do Fantastic Four, I was gonna we might just do Marvel again or something so I can watch Morbius. Because I need
And
to.
at that point, I'll watch I'll watch Craven.
Because yeah, I need to rewatch Morbius because like as of right now, Madam Web's the worst one because at the very least this has an action sequence. Like they're fighting like yeah, is the guy turning into the Rhino at the end stupid? Yeah, no, that's another thing. Like this is a believable version of Rhino that you could do with the Tom Holland Spider-Man. Like is it stupid? Yeah, but it's functional and it works. Like that like the bones are there for something to work with this. Whereas with Madam Web, that thing was just a mess. Also, this is another one where it's really apparent. A big thing is apparently he wasn't gonna turn into the Rhino at the end originally. He was just gonna be a guy with a skin condition and just be called the Rhino. And then they added that the last second, and you can absolutely tell. Just because just randomly he decides to turn to the Rhino at the end with no real provocation for it. He just takes off the backpack and turns into the Rhino. It's very weird. It's very dumb.
I understand.
But yeah, no, Madam Web still the worst. Still the worst. Still the worst. Not the worst spum. Craven, not the worst spum.
I understand.
Your final movie.
So no, not a movie. It's a show.
Final show.
It's another show. It's another anime which was also made by Madhouse. And it is called Marvel Future Avengers, which is somehow even more anime than the other anime thing.
It look pretty anime.
So, okay, general plot with the first couple episodes or whatever. Because I watched till like I think the 10th episode or something like that. You have your three teenage superheroes who they
do a transformation where they go Marvel Avengers power and then they do like a pretty girl transformation?
not so much, but they do that thing where they in you know how in all anime they go like they say they yell out their attack.
Yes,
they do that even like with
excellent.
Even with the normal superheroes. So like whenever Tony attacks, he'll be like repulsor beam, and I'm just like, Tony, I don't think you need to yell that.
We all know it's the repulsor beam.
We know it's the repulsor beam.
You don't need to say that it's the repulsor beam. We know. Just assume that when you use the repulsor beam, we know it's the repulsor beam.
The series, basically, Cold Notes version, series follows those three teenagers. They're kind of our main characters. They're three teenagers. They've been raised by Hydra. They think they believe they've been raised to become superheroes. And the inciting incident of the first episode is two of the trio have been on active duty and have kind of found out, hey, yo, spoiler alert, Hydra bad, actually. because part of their training is they've been taught to believe that the Avengers are supervillains.
Oh my god, I've seen the first episode, a couple episodes of this show. I recognize, yeah, they initially started off working for Hydra, right?
Yeah.
Yes, oh my god, yes. I think I've seen part of the first episode.
In the first episode, they're working for Hydra, and then
That totally sounds
the
familiar.
point is that they the two of them help the one escape, and then the one goes to Tony Stark, and then they come back and rescue the other two, and that's where they run into Red Skull and
Yes,
yada 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 yada.
I absolutely have seen at least some of this show.
So Tony Stark, you remember
Don't
how I
ask me
said
why.
you remember how I said that he's not voiced by the other guy? I'm gonna say the name, and we're gonna see how well you know your voice actors, because you do know him.
Go on.
Mick Wingert.
Oh, Mick Wigner? Yeah. Or is it Mark Wigner?
Mick Wingert.
Okay, I recognize the last name. Is he the guy who's he's Jack Black?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's famously the Jack Black sound-alike.
He's Jack Black sound-alike. Yeah, he's Jack Black when Jack Black can't be Jack Black.
He's Tony Stark.
So you said it's Mick Wingert?
Yeah.
Why did I think his first name was...
That's what this says anyway.
Why did I think his first name was Mark? I always thought his name was Mark.
I don't know why you thought that.
But I recognize the last name. Yeah, he's Poe.
But yeah, then once
he's Captain America, huh?
Pardon me. No, he's Iron Man.
Iron Man, I mean, yeah.
Captain America is...
He's Captain America.
Steve Rogers / Captain America is Roger Craig Smith.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know him. He's Sonic.
And then, yeah, there's guest actors on...
Did you know that he was Sonic?
Following... I did not.
Yeah.
He
plays Sonic.
Not by name.
He plays Sonic, and he's the current voice of Sonic. I think he's the Sonic and Sonic Frontier Sonic Boom Sonic.
So what's funny is this is another example of this is definitely post. I mean, I know it is because of the date. Came out in original run July 30th, 2018 to October 22nd, 2018.
Not a very popular
anime. But it has Friday.
Oh yeah, it's funny.
So it's definitely like post.
Marvel's never been able to crack anime, just for whatever reason. They've never managed to make an anime stick in Japan. I think it's because Marvel's just not super popular in Japan because they've got their own superheroes.
They have their own superheroes, so it just never really landed. But so once basically they escape, they go to the Avengers, and they're like, can we be like your apprentices, and like we'll be future Avengers.
Be an Avenger
in the future. So then basically the status quo is basically that they're training under the Avengers, they're apprentices, and each episode is like there's some thing which is going on, like some happening event which is going on, and so they usually end up teaming up with someone in one of the episodes. So like in one of the last ones that I watched, it was Spider-Man.
Oh yeah.
In one of them it was Black Panther.
Is he still Drake Bell?
Let's find out.
Or is he Yuri Lowenthal? Because I know that Yuri Lowenthal plays Spider-Man in some of the animes.
Oh yeah, one of them was it's Deadpool, which was definitely, I could tell just by listening to it, Will Friedle.
He's the best.
And that episode's funny because
does he get to say
his
kill?
Entire I think so.
Or is he forced to say unalive still?
What's funny about that episode, where is it? I might have to actually go on to the IMDb. What's funny about the Deadpool episode is his entire inciting incident of why he's doing everything that he's doing is he wants to be in an anime.
Peak Deadpool.
Okay, let's see. Full cast and crew. Cast. Hulk. Oh, I guess apparently at some point Red Guardian shows up in this.
Really? Interesting. Yeah,
Also, yeah,
he's one of those characters that
Wiki,
isn't super well known. Now he is, but
Winter Soldier is in it. Oh, really? Interesting. So, Peter Parker slash Spider-Man. He's Robbie Damon from Critical Role,
oh, yeah, the Winter Soldier. That's one of those. He's one of those characters that like, nah, forget it.
and he's in six. What?
Oh, I was gonna be like, I was gonna equate him to the Wiccan in Agatha All Along, where it's like one of those twists that isn't a twist but pretends it's a twist. If you that's what it's similar to, where it's like if you've read the comics, you obviously know that Bucky is the Winter Soldier. Same thing. You know that Wiccan is that this character is clearly Wiccan. It's really obvious, but it's pretending like it's a big twist and it's clever, even though it's really obvious.
Dave Wittenberg.
Oh, a example that you would know is like Mysterio in Far From Home, where that movie pretends like the notion that Mysterio is the bad guy is a clever twist, even though it's friggin' Mysterio. So it's really obvious.
Yeah, I mean that's like in this show how there's a point where Norman Osborn or where Green Goblin, one of the first, it's like a three-parter basically, or a two-parter or something, but there's the beginning of it, Green Goblin throws some gas at the Hulk, and so the Hulk goes on a rampage, and then Osborn shows up and is like, there should be some sort of like registration or like the government oversight.
You're clearly the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn.
Yeah, like if you know anything about Norman Osborn, you know, right?
Yeah, but then the show pretends it's a clever twist. It's like it's not a clever twist.
It is if you know nothing about Marvel, which I guess if this was originally in Japan, because it was originally in Japan. I suppose,
yeah, if you're in Japan, you might
Japanese voice actors, they might not know.
I want to watch
if you're living under a rock. My one question when it comes to anime, and this is a thing that no one's ever been able to explain to me. Why is it always two boys and a girl?
I've tried to Google it. No, Google has yielded no answers. It's always two boys and a girl.
Maybe someone who really knows Japan or their customs or something can explain it to me in the comments when you inevitably cut this into a video. But like Kingdom Hearts, it's two boys and a girl, multiple two boys and a girl.
Why is it always two boys and a girl?
So many animes, it's always two boys and a girl.
We need to ask the question: why is it always two boys and a girl long enough so that it's 59 seconds, so it can become as short?
Like why is it never two girls and a boy? Like it's a thing that I've noticed in anime,
Jordan,
and it kind of drives me crazy.
Do you have any final thoughts on this anime? Will you finish it?
I probably will, because I was actually having a pretty good time watching it.
I want to watch for the next time we do one of these. I want to see if I can find the other Marvel anime.
And they're short. They're like 20-something minutes an episode, so it's a very nice, tight.
The one where it's what if the Avengers were Pokemon?
Oh, the Disc Wars.
Yeah, one. I don't think it's on Disney Plus, but I want to see if I can find it. I've watched like a few episodes of it. It was quite good. I'd like to watch more of it.
The one thing about this one, because I'm so used to the MCU, the one thing about this show which threw me off a little bit, because this is clearly more based on like your classic Avengers, is it has Wasp.
Oh yeah,
is one of the Avengers.
She's one of the founding members of the Avengers. It was weird that she wasn't in the first Avengers.
I know, and it's just they were playing in the movies. They have what's her name?
They replaced her with Black Widow.
Yeah, Black Widow, who does show up in this show eventually, but it's just weird to me because I'm so used to it being the opposite way.
Yeah, fair enough. Do you want to say it?
But real quick, it just made me think of the Avengers. You know that animated movie?
Oh yeah.
That's what this Avengers kind of made me think of.
I can see what you're
Feels
saying.
like it's in that world. That's all I have to say about this.
Finally, The Rock has come back to the Spur of the Moment podcast. No, I'm totally kidding. Finally, we're at the end of the show. And the end of the show, it's time to talk about Thunderbolts. This has been an exceptionally long episode of the show. I think this might end up being 4.5 hours, Jordan.
Thunderbolts.
Excellent.
Asterisk.
Thunderbolts asterisk. Yeah. So yeah, we got out a week late. We didn't get the opportunity to watch it opening weekend. We finally saw the Thunderbolts, and man,
it was a delight.
What a delight. What an absolute and then I okay. Where to even begin with this? I mean, number one, spoilers.
Red Guardian.
We're gonna be spoiling this movie. It's been out for a week. You had your opportunity. It was tough, man. I gotta say, it was tough avoiding spoilers for this. Holy shit, was it tough. The only one I managed not to dodge was the name change. I didn't manage to dodge the name change. But other than that, I dodged...
The only one I didn't dodge was at the end credits.
Right? This is significantly better than Captain America was. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
It's genuinely... It was a genuine surprise how good it was. Like, it
so
is...
I don't want to say that this one was better because the actors were more interesting, but I'm definitely going to imply it.
I mean, well, yeah, number one, it's fresh, it's new characters you haven't really seen. I mean, it's really... It's kind of simultaneously... It's more of a sequel to Black Widow than anything, because it's more Yelena's movie than it is anyone. She's phenomenal, by the way. Florence Pugh is phenomenal. Red Guardian is phenomenal. He's so good. I would watch 100 movies with Red Guardian.
I would actually make the argument that Yelena is way more interesting than Natasha ever was.
Absolutely, she was. She's a way better character, and they do it like. What's interesting is they've done a really good job. I mean, it could be the performance, but they've done a really solid job of peppering her in. Where she was in Hawkeye, so you and this movie does a good job of not making you go you feel like you missed a movie with her. Like I don't feel like I missed anything with her. You get the idea that she's just been doing this a lot. She's a bit bitter. She's a bit jaded. You get that, but
she's burnt out.
Yeah, unlike I mean, to be fair, it's not a flawless movie. It does do that thing, that Marvel thing, where shit happened off screen and it just acts as though you saw it. So, obviously, the villain of the piece is Valentina?
That chick from Seinfeld.
She's the bad guy. She's very... I saw people say that, the Sentry and the Void is supposed to be the bad guy. What movie were you watching? Val is definitely the bad guy. She's awful and evil and terrible.
She experiments on humans. She's awful.
Yeah,
she's the
awful.
villain.
She's the villain.
She's the villain, and Bob is just a poor soul who got taken advantage of.
Yeah, he's just a victim. But there's a couple of moments where it's like, well, Val, and it acts as though this character has been more involved in the universe and no, we don't know.
Yeah, not really. Yeah, where it's like, Val, and I'm kind of just like, not really.
This movie acts, and it does the same thing with John Walker, where he is now kind of a completely different character than he was on Captain Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and it feels like he's gone through an entire story, an entire movie, because they probably had a spin-off or something that they wrote for him, and he feels that. It just feels like the end of a character arc that we never saw the middle of. We saw the beginning of it, but we just didn't see the middle of it, and that's
in terms of
but
John
he's still
Walker,
a great character in this movie. Don't get me wrong; he's super fun. His action sequences are super good. I love him. He's great in this, but yeah, it definitely feels like it's lacking a bit something. Contrasted in terms of Red Guardian.
In terms of John Walker, I don't really. I get what you're saying. I don't know that I needed anything else with him.
No. I'm not saying in the context of this movie. I just mean that's what it feels like from a writing standpoint.
Yeah, no, but I don't know how to word this. I think he maybe needed something else only because there are definitely people who haven't seen his show.
Yeah, exactly.
So there are going to be people that come in and who are going to be like,
"What?
Who is he?"
To be fair,
not even how did he become the bitter, jaded man that he is. There will be people who did not watch that show.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
this will be their first introduction to him.
I think though that this movie you get it. I think this movie does a decent enough job with him where you get it. He's shitty Captain America. Like, you get that. But like, yeah, he doesn't get his superhero name. Like, he's U.S. agent, right? He's not Cap. He's U.S. agent, and they never really call him that. So it's kind of a similar thing with the chick from.
No, he's just John Walker.
He's just John Walker. The same thing with the chick from I forget the character's name. Ghost, I think the character's name is, from Ant-Man 2. Where you're like, I don't remember this character. She's really sassy in this, and I don't remember this character being like that.
The last thing I remember of her is, like, wasn't she walking away with the not Ant-Man, but Ant-Man's mentor?
I honestly don't remember. All I remember of her is it's one of those movies where
Wasp's dad. Like, weren't they like, we can help you, and like they?
I'm guessing that's where the suit comes from that she's wearing in this, because she has.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. Yeah. I honestly I don't. The only thing I really remember about her is that you think she's the bad guy the whole movie, and it turns out she's not a bad guy, and her and Ant-Man team up to fight the actual bad guy.
Yeah,
that's what I remember about her.
And then I guess Valentina got her hands in her.
Well, yeah, the implication being that all of these people, are all varying degrees of like bounty hunter working for her is the idea. They're all getting.
No, I know. I'm just saying we didn't see that.
No, yeah.
So like,
she's another.
The implication is just supposed to be that like she just found her.
I think she's a bit worse than John Walker because her movie's quite a bit longer ago than at least John Walker's stuff is reasonably recent, so it's not quite so bad. But
I mean that, and also just it's to me it's also more egregious with her because it wasn't her movie.
Right, exactly.
Like with John Walker's storyline, it was at least half his story.
It was at least partially his story, certainly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get your point.
Like, she's like the least fleshed out, which is a kind of egregious because they had Taskmaster who was in Yelena's story. It should have been Taskmaster.
I think it's not Taskmaster because I think they were just like, oh, it's too many people like Captain America, too many spy people. Or I guess maybe they felt like her powers kind of were different. I think that's probably why. Because it definitely comes across that way. It could have been Taskmaster instead of her.
I understand what you're saying, but Taskmaster would have been the perfect character because Taskmaster's entire thing is he/she in this version studies everybody else's techniques. So she could have been all of the other characters. She could have had boots, which made her like Iron Man. She could have had you get what I'm saying. She could have been the one.
I guess they were like
utility knife.
Her being in there, it does straight up to turn it into a sequel to Black Widow. I guess. My guess is just merely like they wanted the difference, the different. Like the ghost powers were different. She wasn't just another Black Widow character. I think it's probably the thought process. Also, I could see the compare. They're not the Suicide Squad. Like I could see speaking of which, that reminds me. My story.
But I think the best part of this movie and like yes, Yelena is absolutely.
Oh, Red Guardian steals the fucking show.
Is absolutely doing a great job. She's doing a lot of heavy lifting for it. But David Harbour as Red Guardian, you can tell he is having the time of his life.
I mean, so is
it comes through, but just because of the nature of the character, he's not acting.
Right. And so
that's the thing. David Harbour is so excited, which then comes through to Red Guardian, who is also so excited. And it's great.
We want to go back to the beginning, the very beginning, all 4 hours ago, of with Andor and taking a thing that is normally lighthearted and making it dark. This movie's fucking dark. Bob's backstory is dark. The shit they the fact that they let you hear his dad hit his mom, like earlier MCU movies would never do that.
The fact that they essentially use the dark side of him or whatever as a metaphor for depression.
Yeah, he just obliterates people. Sentry's really cool. He's legitimately scary. The Void is scary. The
points in this movie where they're talking about the depression and how it feels. not to get too heavy on our friendly podcast here, but that hit home.
Yeah. I mean, my favorite. I mean, the bit where he goes after Yelena on the street after she's like exasperated and she tries to walk away. That their interaction is so good. I got touched when he saved that little girl. Like that was such a great payoff to the bit earlier where he's like, I want to be a hero. Like there's nothing better. His reaction when he saved her, and then she just disappears and dies seemingly. That was legit upsetting. Like that was effective stuff.
Oh,
and that's where I'm like,
cool.
yeah, you can take something and dial up the darkness a bit while still maintaining what makes it work. And that's what makes this work. That their performances elevate this from being good to being great. Like I don't want to be hyperbolic and be like this is like save the MCU. But anytime anyone's like the MCU's dying, I'm like, but no, they're still making great shit. This is great shit. So yeah, my Thunderbolt stories that I had.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those. Breaking news.
Interesting. Apparently Kevin Feige is responsible for the naming them the new. Oh yeah, spoiler alert! They become the Avengers at the end, the new Avengers.
The new Avengers.
Apparently that was Kevin Feige's idea. Apparently it was the director's idea or the writer's idea to have Valentina pitch them as to reveal them as a new superhero team, but it was Kevin Feige's idea for them to be called the Avengers, for her to call them the Avengers.
Interesting.
I enjoyed that the name Thunderbolts doesn't come from Thunderbolt Ross, but her childhood soccer team. That was funny.
Her bad childhood soccer team, which never won a game.
That was a funny bit. Oh yeah, so the big climax of this movie is the Sentry Bob's depression takes over and becomes a villain called the Void, and they've revealed what the shame rooms for. So at the climax is they go through various shame rooms. That's how it manifests. So with Yelena, it's the letting the little girl get killed as part of a red room test. So with Bob, it's the dad hitting the mom. So apparently they revealed the shame rooms for Red Guardian, Ghost, and Bucky, and they are. We had Red Guardian in the gulag. Ghost is about her time in the orphanage and being this girl that nobody wanted to be around. And with Bucky, they wanted to do something less expected. At one point, they had written something for Bucky, something really shameful at Boy Scout camp. I think that's interesting.
Oh.
That actually really good.
Not any of his time as Winter Soldier.
I think that's interesting because he's obviously clearly not ashamed of that stuff. Which he said, he's like, I've had a really shitty life. Like that's.
The question is those weren't in the movie. Are they canon?
No, I don't think they are. Oh, interesting. So apparently,
You have one more?
I've got two more. Apparently, in an early version of the script, there was going to be a scene where Yelena confronted Valentina about why she sent her after Barton, basically.
Oh, I see. I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, Hawkeye. Yeah. And then my final news story was just that apparently John Walker, Sentry wasn't originally the villain of the movie. Originally, it was John Walker. And it was going to be a thing of... And I had seen it. I had seen something about this, about how John Walker turns into the Red Hulk. And I was like, wait, what? And then I was like, that's so unbelievable. There's no way that that's real. But I guess what it was in the original drafts of it, it was really John Walker was the bad guy. For this
movie or for the...
Thunderbolts, for this movie, yeah. John Walker was originally going to be the bad guy. And the idea was that... Val was manipulating him and telling him that the serum was wearing off, and she was going to be giving him all these medications that were turning him into a ticking time bomb, a Hulk kind of thing. And there was going to be a bit of a sun's getting real low moment, and then that was because he always wanted it to end in like a hug. So I guess the idea would have been like they talk him down, I guess. which is still similar,
Yeah.
but I think it's better with the
That would have
century.
see. I'm glad they okay. If they had done that, they couldn't have had Red Hulk in Brave New World.
No, no, yeah, it
Like you
wouldn't have
can't you
worked.
can't have you can't have them talk down two Hulk-like monsters within within the two. That just would have been
I'm
too much for me.
guessing when they added Red Hulk, they changed it. I'm guessing that's when it changed.
They
because
nixed it.
yeah, very much this thing is very much takes place after Captain America 4. Like it's very much after that movie because
Feels like it's pretty quickly
yeah,
after.
yeah, I thought it was going to be like during. Yeah, this is definitely one of those movies where like, yeah, where's Captain America? Um so I guess we should talk about the ending. Yeah, the ending, they saved the day, they stopped Sentry. And it turns out that yeah, Val reveals them they're the new Avengers, and they do a big long credit montage of like everyone, no one believes they're the real Avengers, and like everyone's making fun of them, and
The B Avengers hashtag not my Avengers.
hashtag not my Avengers, hashtag Bvengers, yeah, I guess we'll talk about spoilers, talk about
Which is a real fun meta moment because I feel like that's them getting ahead of like all the actual
right.
people online who would do that.
There's a really funny bit early on where Red Guardian talks about wanting to be on a Wheaties box. So there's a mid-credit scene where now Red Guardian... Also, he looks worse with the mustache. He looks better with the beard. I'm just saying. Jordan? Jordan? You there?
Oh,
There we go. You froze there for a second.
oh, he's cut back in. You froze for a second there,
Oh, see, you're the one on my end who froze. That was weird.
and on my end you were like, oh,
That was very strange. Anyway, what was I saying before you froze?
Red Guardian, Wheaties.
Oh, yeah, he looks worse with the mustache. The mustache looks bad. He looks better with the beard.
I agree.
But yeah, he wants to be on a Wheaties box. So the mid-credit scene is he's at a grocery store, expectedly trying to pressure some woman to buying the Wheaties box with him on it because he's now on a Wheaties box. But that mid-credit scene was very weird because that felt like the post-credit scene. That was a post-credit scene. Like they don't normally do jokey mid-credit scenes, and so the post-credit
usually the serious like actually going to continue the storyline thing is mid credits because they've come to realize that only the diehards are staying till the end credits,
pretty much,
and they want you to see the important thing before you leave.
So very bizarrely, yeah, the post-credit scene is now it's 18 months later, and they are now in Avengers Tower, and they are officially the Avengers. And there's a bunch of jokes between the characters. Bucky reveals that Sam has not taken kindly to them taking the Avengers, and they're suing him for the name.
He's suing them.
Yeah, for the naming rights, which I don't know why he would have the naming rights, especially if they're the government ordained Avengers. Anyway, and Yelena's talking about how there's a disturbance in space that they're tracking and that they've not been informed about. And out of nowhere, there's an anomaly in space, and a spaceship comes through space, and it's the Fantastic Four. Well, it's their spaceship anyway.
So I guess we know that Galactus eats their planet.
Well, again, I don't think we know that for sure. I don't think Galactus is the reason. I think that's a red herring. I think that they will beat or they will somehow stop Galactus, and they will leave their universe for another reason. I think they're gonna do this is my prediction for that movie. They'll do we think we've won. Hey, we saved the day, just like the Fantastic Four always does. And then something else will happen. There'll be like an incursion, and they'll have to leave because of that. I don't think that's my prediction.
My prediction is that Robert Downey Jr. will be in that movie in the final arcs where he keeps offering to help them stop, like to save or protect against Galactus, and they keep saying no, 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 and it'll be like the chips are down moment. All is lost. It looks like they're not gonna survive, and it looks like Galactus is gonna win, and they finally accept his help, and they stop him, and it turns out that he's like secretly siphoned away some of Galactus's powers, and like the movie will end and we'll think they won, and it'll be a post-credit scene where like he does something and that pushes them out of the universe.
No, I don't think he's in. I think he's in a post-credit scene. For reasons why I will reveal in a second. What I think that it is, I think they will beat Galactus. Third act is they beat Galactus. They stop Galactus from going for the planet. They convince him not to. You think they've won? They do the the end of movie celebration. Everyone high fives. And then all of a sudden, there's an incursion. There's like a portal opens up or whatever, and they're like, "What? We thought we stopped Galactus." And then Tony Stark or Robert Downey Jr. walks out of a portal, and he's like, "You have to come with me." And then the movie makes it look like he's a good guy.
Now, I will say, to support your creed or your thoughts here, which I'm not strongly feeling one way or the other on my theory. I just think it would be fun. But to support your theory, you say that you think Johnny Storm and Silver Surfer are gonna do a thing.
They're a love interest.
So that would not directly, but in some ways it would connect to the original storyline where it's Silver Surfer turning on Galactus, which helps them win.
For sure, that's the direction they're going.
I absolutely see a thing where she turns on Galactus for Johnny.
Yeah, like I think that the multiverse stuff won't tie into Galactus. I think they might bring back Galactus later for another thing, but it's just Galactus and Doctor Doom is just too much. I think they'll put Galactus on the back burner for whatever, and they'll bring him back.
Oh, the only reason why I think that he would be multiversal.
I don't think Galactus will be in Doomsday. Is my point.
No, I don't think he would either. I think, again, I could see them doing a thing where it's like he is a multiversal being. Oh yeah,
that was a theory. That was a rumor that people had.
Like he exists outside of the multiverse. So no, at that point, I wouldn't expect him to be in Doomsday. But I could see it being a thing where instead of him just being a planet eater, he's a universe eater, and that's the thing.
I think they want you to think that. I don't think they're going to do that. I think it's going to be a thing where they beat Galactus and the Doomsday, Dr. Robert Downey Jr., all that shit. I think that'll be separate. I don't think it's going to connect with Galactus. I truly don't. But what's interesting,
we'll know in however many months it is until it comes out.
We said at the back of that post credit scene that post credit scene felt weird, like it was just straight up a scene from a different movie.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean we both said it, but yeah,
we agreed with each other is the point. Yes,
it is. Well, it was directed by the Russo brothers. So it is. It's straight up. There's no way that, in some variation, that scene does not come back for Doomsday. And it makes sense, because they're filming... It's just like how I said, Robert Downey Jr. is going to be in Fantastic Four. He will be in a post-credit scene, because they're currently filming Doomsday, so they'll just put a scene from Doomsday on the back of that movie, or they'll film something, because all the Fantastic Four are in that movie. So they'll just film something with him while they're making that movie, and slap it on in post-production before that movie comes out. Like, they're going to finish filming that movie before Fantastic Four comes out. So there's no way there isn't a post-credit scene involving him in there. But yeah, go watch Thunderbolts. It's legitimately good. It's really, really good. It's honestly it was, again, genuinely surprisingly good. I think maybe because I went in knowing nothing, expecting nothing, and just being like, you know what? This looked fun.
And it was.
And it was. Yeah, it was legitimate joy. Like, I'm excited to go watch Fantastic Four. It's definitely, like, reinvigorated me. But to be fair, I really did like Agatha all along. I guess we'll wrap up the Marvel week. Unless you have anything else you want to say about Thunderbolts. Go watch Thunderbolts. It's really, really good.
I had a good time, and I recommend. If nothing else, watch it on streaming.
Yeah.
If nothing else,
I just think the Marvel stuff just works better as movies. I think I'm learning. Like, when they're prolonged and put into television show form, it's too much. I think when they're allowed to be, when they focus on making really good quality movies, that's when they're at their best. And this is like peak MCU. This is MCU when it's good. And this movie is good. It is worth checking out. Like, it really is.
That's Marvel week.
That's Marvel week. Next week, we're going to have a friend drop by. We're going to have our dear friend Haley drop by, unless she cancels last minute, which I can't imagine she will. And next week is going to be Haley's favorite things. So it's gonna be all stuff, all of Haley's favorite movies. We have a list of Haley's favorite movies, and some movies she doesn't love so much. We're finally gonna talk about Snow White, because I'm going to watch Snow White. Jordan's going to watch Scar. I'm going to watch a Goofy movie.
I'm apparently going to be watching Wicked.
Jordan's watching
Part
Wicked.
1.
Part 1. The Reckoning. That's not its title. But that's next week.
The Wickeding.
Haley will be here. We're going to talk about... And we're going to... It's funny. I actually bumped this story to
as well as some other stuff that you'll have to tune in next time to see exactly what we picked.
It's going to be stuff that mostly Haley knows about. That's all you need to know. She's a part of your Broadway World podcast. Go check her out. That's it. That's next week. Jordan, where can they find you?
I do Twitch Monday, Minecraft Monday, Zethgore187, Twitch. I'm here on weekends. Be there. Be square. Don't ask for the tour.
Don't ask for the tour. I'm on TikTok. I'm with Justin Spurr. The show's on TikTok at Spur of the Moment P. 5 days a week. We have sometimes 6 days a week if I can get in a bonus video. We have videos out almost every day of the week, including the podcast on Sundays. Find a video to like. You can click the video. I'm going to put out that Andor video. It's going to be videos all week you can watch if you don't want to watch all the podcast at once. I understand this one was like 4 hours. I get it. Shorts, multiple shorts coming out every day. Like all of that. Like this podcast if you like it. A lot of you guys are sticking. We're getting a lot of subscribers off the back of actual podcast episodes, which is wild. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you to our 169 subscribers. Email the show.
Thank you, mostly superheroes.
If you want to, you can email the show. It's Justin's Business to any business inquiries. If you want to sponsor the show, you can subscribe, support us on Patreon. Go sign up for Audible. I think that's it. That's the end of the show. Have a good day, everybody.